Good morning. Sí, y dile a Axel que se venga, por favor. Estamos. Hello. Hello. Good morning, everyone. We want to start this morning with what we think is a very interesting panel. For many of you might be sort of a new thing or a bit of a surprise that we are doing a panel on the challenges that our regulator has in carrying out a new role that was instated when the CMF, when the SVS and the regulator of the securities market and the regulator of the banks came together a couple of years ago. So we have the pleasure of having Solange Bernstein with us today. Solange is the head of the Financial Market Commission, and she has a wealth of experience in financial sector matters. Before becoming the president of the CMF, she worked at the Central Bank of Chile, and before that she was the head regulator of the pension management companies or the pension system in Chile, actually. She holds a PhD, a master's in economics from Ilades Georgetown University and a degree in commercial engineering from Santiago University. So thank you very much, Solange, for joining our panel. We also have the pleasure to have Axel Christensen with us, Managing Director, Chief Investment Strategies, Latin America and Iberia at BlackRock. Also someone that has a wealth of experience in financial markets. We also have Carlos Sayé. Carlos is a partner and CEO and head of infrastructure at Toesca Asset Management. Fairly, I would say, new but very interesting player in the financial markets in Chile. So, Solange, please. We will start with some remarks by the chair of the CMF, and then the panel will comment Solange's remarks.
Thank you. I will just keep seated here. Do you hear me? Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here sharing with you. Our role as CMF indeed has changed since 2019 when we merged the Securities and Insurance Supervisor with the Banking Supervisor in Chile, and it has been a great challenge just to integrate both institutions and at the same time to restructure in order to comply with our mandates. And we do have 3 mandates. I don't have a clicker, but if you can go forward with the presentation. I don't know who's managing it. Okay, good. So indeed, we do have these 3 mandates. So we are a special supervisor in terms of how comprehensive is our perimeter somehow. It's quite unusual because most of the countries do have specialized supervisors in terms of the sector or in terms of the mandate. But we have all together. So we do have all different financial types of institutions. And as we mentioned yesterday, we are adding now the fintech industry as well. So we have a very broad perimeter, and at the same time, we have a broad mandate. And in that mandate, we have the prudential mandate, which has to do with financial stability and solvency of each of the institutions that we supervise. But we also have a mandate on market conduct, and we have a mandate on market development, which is explicit in our law. This is also something different, because not many supervisors do have an explicit mandate in terms of financial development. Of course, this is a shared mandate. It's not just us, and it would be possible to be the only responsibles for financial development, and indeed we do coordinate with other institutions in order to contribute to financial development from our role. And of course, the Ministry of Finance has a very important role in that end. They are the ones that have to send laws to Congress in order to promote financial development, between other, of course, specific goals that they pursue. And in terms of our contribution in that context, it's explicit also in our law that we can recommend changes in law, and we have done that. In terms of financial development, when we see what would that mean, we have given certain guidelines in terms of what are the type of things that we are considering. And when we present this slide many times, making explicit our 3 mandates, we include the market development mandate, saying that this is facilitating, this implies facilitating innovation somehow. So it's linked to innovation, to changes in the financial sector in order to comply better the role of the financial sector for the whole population. So when we think about it, this has to do a lot with financial education and financial inclusion, but it's not exclusively on financial inclusion and financial education. And the other way of thinking about it is that when we regulate and when we supervise, we always have these 3 mandates somehow guiding our decisions. So when we are issuing a regulation that has to do with our prudential mandate, of course, we take into account what's the impact on financial development. The same with market conduct. So most of our regulation and supervisory actions have to do with our prudential and market conduct mandates. Indeed, our structure is like an internal Twin Peaks. Most of you might already know this, but internally we do have a prudential regulation division, conduct regulation division, and in the terms of supervising, we also have a supervisor division in terms of conduct and in terms of the prudential mandate. So all of those different units inside the CMF do take into account in their decisions and their recommendations the market development mandate as well. And of course, as board, when they come to us, we balance somehow these 3 mandates in our decision making. However, we do not have an explicit unit that takes this mandate by itself. And that is something that we are changing. And we are making it more explicit, that what do we understand by our market development mandate. So if you go to the next slide there. So the first thing that we're asking ourselves, and this is part of our just strategic plan for the next 4 years. So that's where we're really thinking about it deeply inside the CMF. How do we take better care of this mandate explicitly? And in that end, one of the first questions that we're asking ourselves is, how do we define financial development? And if you look at the literature, we would find different definitions, and some of them are more comprehensive, some of them are less comprehensive. And when we look at the definitions, we found this one from the IMF. It's not definition properly, but it somehow gives us some guide. It says that the financial sector development occurs when financial instruments, market, and intermediaries ease the effects of information enforcement and transaction cost, and therefore do a correspondingly better job of providing the key functions of the financial sector in the economy. So that makes us think, well, the goal here is to the financial sector to comply with the role better. And then the same paper says that developed financial markets, when they function properly, they allow for transfer of resources from savers to investors and contribute to making the economy more robust to shocks by allocating risks appropriately. There is also some evidence that financial market development brings real benefits to the poorest members of society and reduces income inequality. So when we talk about financial development, we're talking also about financial inclusion to get a better job of the financial sector in general to satisfy the needs of everyone. And in this context, what are the type of things that we're dragging out from what we have been thinking? And this is pretty much a work in progress, I should say. So that's what I'm sharing to you, what's the way in which we're dealing with it at the moment. So in this context, a financial development mandate might include activities such as education and financial inclusion. And that's something that we have been working on. I will tell you a bit about it next during our discussion. Promote efficiency, competition, and innovation, while at the same time preserve, and this is very important, we cannot have financial development if we do not have financial stability or if we do not have consumer protection. So we have to balance this in order to have financial, it's not, there's some trade-offs, it's true, but most of the time we have to think that these three mandates work together. We cannot have financial stability if we do not have financial development. We cannot have consumer protection if we don't have financial development, and so on and so forth. So really, when we are balancing these mandates, it's true that there are some trade-offs sometimes, but when you think in the long run, at the end, we're all working in the same direction. So the other question that we're asking ourselves, well, how do we measure this? Because now that we can think of a definition, this is not our definition, this is some of the literature that we have reviewed in order to guide ourselves, and we'll come up with a policy paper that will have our definition of financial development. We're working on it. But at the same time, we're working, well, once we define it, and once we have a work plan towards that, how we're going to measure it, if we're complying or not with our goals. And what we found, if you go to the next slide, again in the IMF website, you can find a financial development index. I would say it's not fully updated to nowadays. Indeed, when they measure access in terms of financial institutions, the way in which they measure it is the number of branches of financial institutions. So maybe it's not the best way to measure access right nowadays, right? But still, it's the only thing that you can find that compares countries. At least it's the only one that we have found. So if you have another one, just let us know, we will look at it. But this is a very long dated, it's a very long time series of measuring financial development worldwide. And when we found this index, and you see there the map of different countries and how they look in this index is divided in financial institutions and financial markets. And on those two pillars of the index, it has three different topics. One is access, depth, and efficiency. So those are the three groups of indexes that this whole index has behind it. And when we see the case of Chile and look at our trajectory over time since the 80s, we see that we're the red line there, if you cannot see, but we are the red line. So every country, or not every country, but on average, the world has been increasing in terms of financial development, and our country, Chile, in this measure has also increased in terms of financial development. And how do we look relative to other countries? We are above emerging markets, and we are below advanced economies. So, but this is a broad picture. If you see the sub-indices in terms of access or depth, there are changes, and in some aspects we are better, and in some aspects we are a little bit worse. But so this is a kind of things that we can look at, and we see there that we can do better, at least in this measure, and we need to know more about how we are and which our gaps are. So this is the other thing that we think it's very important to have some way of measuring financial development, to monitor how are we doing and how can we do better. The next slide. In terms of then of these three aspects that I mentioned in terms of access, depth, and efficiency, the type of things that are behind the index and the type of things that we are looking at as well. In terms of access, when we talk about access, we're talking about the coverage of financial services such as credit, insurance, savings, payment methods. And these are the type of indicators that we follow very closely. We just published, like 3 weeks ago, our gender report that has this type of data. So we can see how, indeed, gender gaps have been closing over time and access has been increased to all these different financial services. So that's something that we usually do measure. And it's a good indicator to see how we're doing in terms of financial development. But it's not only access to financial institution or financial services, but it's also market financing for small and medium-sized companies. That is also something very important, and different sources of financing and access to those different sources of financing. So that's the other thing that it's included in terms of access, and that we have to work towards having better access to different type of companies. In terms of depth, what are the type of things that are behind this indicator? To have competitive prices, enough liquidity, higher number of participants, more and better financial products and service supply. So there are a lot of different things that we need to address and follow and see how we're doing. In the case of Chile in particular, we look pretty well in terms of depth. When you see depth in the, as the number of participants and the size of those participants, because we do have pension funds, insurance companies, mutual funds that have grown over time and that participate in the market. But when you see liquidity, we do not look that well, of course. And there's a lot to do on that front. In terms of efficiency, low cost in terms of fees, spreads, stock market turnover to have a good valuation of our different financial instruments, clear rules and regulation. That's something that we understand that it's needed for the market to be efficient, and proportionality on those regulations. So that is something also that we know that it's behind efficiency. We know that as a regulator, we have to play a role to facilitate innovation and to lower the burden of regulation. But there's also always going to be a burden. And I have to say that because the regulation does have a cost. It's not costless. It would never be costless. But that cost is associated with a benefit. And we have to look into this equation in order to have more benefit than cost somehow. But it's going to be the case. So when we look at these different aspects of financial development, we'll find a way of how to measure and assess what are our gaps, what we can do in order to have a better financial sector. But we always have to have in mind that when we think about financial development, this needs to go hand in hand with financial education. So financial education, it's critical and it's behind financial development. It's not possible to have financial development. We do not have proper financial education. And this is a huge challenge. We know that this is very difficult because we do have important gaps there, but at the same time, it's quite complicated to close those gaps. But we know that this is necessary. People and customers need to know their options, the characteristics of the available financial products, and the consequences of their actions. Otherwise, we would not have a sustainable financial market development. And the other thing that's important, it's behind these three aspects that I have just commented, is financial innovation. So, of course, we can do things as we have been doing them, or we can move forward with the same type of services that we do have until now. But innovation, it's necessary to do things better. And indeed, when as regulators, we acknowledge that if we do not understand and we do not take on board innovation is going to happen anyways, but it's going to happen outside of our perimeter. So that is something that we have to look very, very carefully in order to make progress in terms of financial development, considering our role. So I will stop there in order to give space for our discussion.
Thank you very much, Solange. Very, very interesting presentation. I would like to ask Axel. He has extensive experience internationally, so he can give us sort of a perspective on how are you seeing a potential benchmark, or how are you seeing the development in our region, and what could be a market that we can look up to?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, Solange, for sharing your ideas with us today. I have to say, at first, it's not easy to really identify this third mandate of market development as a regulator. Actually, I did a very small, with no statistical meaning whatsoever among different people, and many of you didn't even know that the CMF had a development mandate. It's quite clear about the supervision, about the conduct part, but the market development. And I think that could only be natural in a way. It seems that we look at regulators as someone who supervises, who makes us behave well. In my mind, at least, the first image is someone with a stick in the hand. So it's sometimes somewhat difficult to also see that they might have a carrot sometimes in terms of the development markets. So I want to start by saying this is not an easy task. It is challenging. Solange talked about innovation. Innovation, by concept, involves taking some risks, and supervisors are not the best at taking risks. They actually try to avoid them. So understanding that this is not something easy, at the same time, I do think it's fundamental for markets to develop, to cater to some of the objectives that Solange mentioned: inclusion, access, more competitive markets. But there are challenges that I think internationally there are some good examples, but also bad examples that we should be wary of. So one important aspect is that this is done jointly between the private sector and the public entities. Innovation itself is something I think that private sector players feel more comfortable with, but supervisors or regulators should also help in terms of determining guidelines, as you mentioned, setting perimeters, because if innovation it will happen anyway, and if it goes unsupervised, eventually it could come at a very high cost. Perhaps the challenge is how to balance the private and public involvement in this. Perhaps have the private sector do the kind of early innovation, and then kind of have the supervisor kind of define the perimeters where we want to go. We see some examples of that in places where, for instance, some years ago, in development of new products, like in Colombia with an exchange-traded fund, that was something that the market really wanted. they could only get to certain place in terms of developing, and you have to go to the regulator to kind of see what obstacles you might be facing. So there were some changes that were required for a new product to be developed in the market that at a certain point involved the regulator. It did not start by the regulator necessarily, but at a certain point there was a joint involvement. Now, on the other hand, sometimes regulators can be a serious obstacle for market development. In other markets, the fact that there's been, I would say, not necessarily regulations against market development, but that are not early enough to acknowledge some changes in the markets. So in the region, we have several examples of how one of the things that you mentioned, Solange, is the depth of markets, liquidity. We've had some of our neighboring countries facing serious liquidity issues. Chile has not been the only country that has been affected by pension fund savings retirement, and that has had a profound impact on local capital markets. To the extent that some supervisors have not acknowledged that and perhaps adjusted the regulation, this has had a serious cost in terms of the liquidity. And as a global investors, liquidity is very high in terms of how we measure markets. So if we're looking at metrics from an international perspective, liquidity and depth of markets is going to be very important. So I'm just going to stop here, but just kind of summarizing, there are good examples to follow, understanding this is a joint effort between the private sector, where, probably we should expect the regulators, rather than to lead, to perhaps kind of set the perimeter. Sometimes they do have very good, I guess, actions in terms of nudging. Nudging is like a small push to get things done when the market by itself is not able to take that step. Let me stop there, Jaime, and see what
Thank you, Axel.
Has to say.
Carlos, you set up a very successful, specialized, sort of smaller asset management. I think your company is, what, 6 years old?
7 years old now.
7 years old. So from your perspective, how could this development market can be sort of productive in the interaction between the private sector, the public sector, from your perspective as a specialized, sort of smaller asset manager?
So, first of all, thank you for the invitation. And I'm going to start by saying that probably my remarks come from my experience as an asset manager, so that's a very small portion of what the CMF covers, right? But from our perspective, we believe there are certain areas of improvement, like someone put it yesterday, so I'm not criticizing in any way. And when I discussed this with my colleagues, one of the topics that came up mostly was how long does it take to have an interaction with the CMF? So whenever we want to innovate in something, for example, something that a specific example I can think about is we wanted, in order to, we had an idea, right, for a new fund, and for that we needed an interpretation of a piece of the regulation. So we submitted a question, and it took a year for us to get an answer. So, but by that time, that idea was no longer relevant. It was all gone, right? So there are many examples like that when you need an answer, and it takes so long that the innovation is no longer there. And thinking about what can be, and this makes a lot of sense with the description Solange made of who's in charge of what inside the CMF, and listening that, hearing that there's no one with a specific mandate of market development makes a lot of sense, and it explains a lot, because we've always had this sense that the people that we're dealing with in these interactions is people that have 10,000 other things to deal with, and this is not their top priority at all. So if that's going to change, that's probably going to be for the better. And another thing that I believe it would help a lot if there was a more close and constant interaction between the CMF and market participants. Because from what I've heard, there have been very positive instances in which market participants have discussed with the CMF what is hurting for us. So what changes do we need? And those interactions have been very positive, but it's hard to tell whether there has been any follow-up on those discussions. And so if it was like a quarterly or twice a year interaction with someone inside the CMF whose whole mandate was to follow up on those discussions and see where they're going, I think that would be a very, very positive change.
Thank you, Carlos. Coming back to you, Solange, what are the actions that the CMF has already taken and is also working on to comply with this legal mandate in a way?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things that we have been doing during this 4 years, I should say. It's not that this mandate didn't exist since the starting of the CMF and in 2019. But it's true that it was not explicit or not worked from that perspective at least. So indeed, when we think about the FinTech law, that an explicit way in which the CMF has promoted financial innovation and financial development. There was a white paper that was published, and that was a starting point for the drafting of the FinTech law. And in terms of access, the FinTech law is going to be very important. And we talked yesterday about open finance, and I do think that it does have a role. Financial education, we published last year our financial education policy. So we already do have a roadmap there and actions taken in order to contribute to financial education from our end. And you can visit and look at our financial education policy there. And during the financial education month, that's October, so next month, we are going to launch a new debt report for bank clients so that they could access to their report. We have more than almost 5 million downloads of the debt report. So people is using that and getting to our website in order to get their debt report very, very frequently. But the way in which they access this is just because other financial institution or someone is asking them for the report. And the format in which that report is, I don't know if people understand it. Well, I do. I do know that they do not understand it. Because that was the first thing that we did. No? We did focus group and we put people trying to read that, and it was impossible. So now we are making it a lot more user-friendly, and then we are enhancing that report very significantly, and also linking that with financial education tools that we do have in our website, or the mortgage credit simulator that we do have in our website, for instance. So trying to help people to better understand their debt situation and how to take action. So that is something that we are going to launch this October. So those are specific things that help access and in better conditions, because people is more educated and know better how to use financial services. We are pushing a lot for the consolidated debt register, which is a law that it's in Congress, again, towards having better access for people to credit in that case, because good payment behavior can give you better access to credit in better conditions. So all of those things are being done by CMF. In terms of depth, also the FinTech law has important things that are being taken care of in terms of the depth of the market. The market agents law it's also important, we have been doing a lot there as well, the whistleblower role, because when we talk about depth, we need a market that be transparent. So that is a very important and key feature for the market to be liquid enough and good valuation of the instruments that are traded there. We also have the financial resilience law that is also being discussed in Congress, with the repo market being part of that law in order to, again, have a better liquidity in the market. In terms of efficiency, we are also doing a lot of things. Again, the fintech law helps. The consolidated debt bill is also helping for efficiency in order to allocate credit according to risk. It's not just for users, but it's also for the financial institutions to better allocate resources. Again, the financial resilience project have several issues that are taken care of. We hope that the risk-based capital insurance companies law would also come into Congress, and we do think that this is also something that helps for financial development. Risk capital means, again, a more efficient capital management for the companies and for us to regulate the industry. So we hope that could move forward. It's a more flexible regime. I was hearing yesterday about the pension discussion in terms of all these limits. Well, again, if you have a regulation that is looking at complying with limits instead of assessing risk and having capital associated with that risk level, well, we're in better shape if we go towards risk than instead going through a bunch of different kind of limits that maybe not allocating risk in the best way. So there are a lot of things that we are doing, and I want to be very explicit about that. It's not that we did have this mandate and that was in a drawer somehow closed and was no one taking care of it. No, we were taking care. We do have proposed different initiatives, legal initiatives. We're doing a lot of things in terms of moving towards better financial development, but we know that it's not enough. And the first thing that we're planning to do is to have a good assessment of how we are at this moment in terms of financial development. I just showed an indicator from the IMF that has a bunch of indicators, but we need to really understand our own market. Maybe some of it we will be able to take from there in order to be able to compare ourselves, because the type of indicators that we might build, we might not have an international comparison, but at least it's a starting point. And some of the indicators will have to be tailor-made for our own market, and we do need to do that to have a general view of where we are, and then to identify which are our gaps, what we should be working with, what are the trends, what are the best practices, what is the international experience, what are the initiatives that are being driven by the private sector, and having that assessment of where we are, we can draw a work plan for the future. And this, we're not going to do it alone, of course. We need the private sector. We need to understand what the private sector is thinking of in order to take better care of what is really needed. We will also publish, we do have now a financial education policy for the CMF. We're also going to publish a financial inclusion policy for the CMF. Financial education, it's necessary but not sufficient for financial inclusion. So we're going to also have a financial inclusion policy that would guide our role on that respect. And in terms of the interaction with the private sector, we do have this Center for Financial Innovation. I would not want to raise expectations because it's just 3 people and they will be very, very busy with the implementation of the fintech law. But in the medium and long run, they are going to be the face for the financial sector in general and the channel in which the different initiatives from the private sector should go to, and they will have the specific mandate to take care of those innovations and follow up on the requests that have to do with financial development. So, but they will not be alone. We also giving this role to the Research and Statistics Division in the CMF, which is a larger group. But nowadays they don't have explicitly this role, and they will have it. So this is the Financial Innovation Center, and also the Research and Studies Division that would have an explicit mandate for financial development. And also in terms of the workshops and the way in which you interact, we shared this with some of you in a meeting in Chile a couple of months ago, but we are going to be more proactive in terms of having this type of meetings. It's not just getting you in lobby meetings. Most of you ask for a lobby and we receive you. But now we are going to ask you more to come to us instead of you asking us to receive you. And that we're thinking about doing twice a year, a broad meeting in order to see where we are, what are the ideas, and what we have maybe committed to look at and get back to the private sector with more general terms. But besides those specific, more general meetings that's twice a year, we will have specific workshops, and we already had some. Insurance companies, we did have one. Banking sector, we did have another one. But with the fintechs, we have had some of them as well. So we are going to have some specific workshops that are more streamlined in terms of specific sectors or issues that need to be addressed. But that's in parallel with these two more general meetings. So this is the kind of things that we are thinking of how to address this for the future, the things that we have been doing and the things that we are planning to do.
Thank you, Solange. One of the things that you mentioned under the efficiency pillar was the proportionality in regulation. And for some of us, when the Superintendency of Banks merged with the SBS, our worry was if the sort of this huge role of making sure that the financial system is sound and solvent would actually suck all of the energy from the regulator and leave sort of the valores or the exchanges and securities side a little bit as the poor brother of the Superintendency of Banks. And in the proportionality of regulation, are you thinking about sort of having a special panel of smaller financial institutions that have a different regulation?
Yeah, as I mentioned at the beginning, we do have a very broad mandate and a very broad perimeter in terms of the type of institutions that we supervise. Indeed, as we have different types of institutions are under regulation and supervision, we participate also with in different international forums with the different associations of supervisors of whatever you can think of. And of course, we are part of the ASPA for banks in the region, or we go to the BIS meetings in Switzerland, and we also go to the IIS for the insurance, and ASAL in the case of the region, or IOSCO in the case of securities. And one of the things that that we did at the CMF is to see, well, how are we going to keep track of what's the best practices and what's going on in terms of standards around all these different institutions, because they do have different standard setter bodies that are working on this type of things. And as board, we split somehow our responsibilities, and there's one specific board member that goes to the banking sector standard bodies and associations, and there is one that goes to insurance. And I'm saying this because I am the one that goes to IOSCO, to securities, indeed. So, so we are not taking lightly the security side, and we were not very active in IOSCO. We are members. We are MOU signatures, so we signed the MOU, but we were not very active since we merged, indeed. So we are taking that seriously.
Good.
And when we go to the IOSCO meetings, one of the most important things that's being discussed all the time is proportionality. They have like, say there that same risk, same regulation. And that is kind of mantra when you go to IOSCO, especially IOSCO. The others is the same, but IOSCO is the one that says that the most. So when we think about the same activity, same risk, same regulation, that is easy to say, not easy to do. Because when you think about proportionality, of course you have to think about your risk appetite, because you need to somehow be more flexible, and more flexibility means more responsibility on the entity, but at the same time is somehow maybe a weaker entity because they are smaller, they don't have the resources. So you are putting less regulation on an institution that might be less prepared to assume the risks. So it's tricky because smaller institutions might not have the capacity to have all the layers that are needed in order to control risk. But if you ask them to do that, maybe it's too costly. The regulation has such a high cost that makes them not viable. So how do you get a viable institution in order to have financial development, financial innovation, but at the same time be prudent? And that's tricky. And we know you have to do that. Indeed, we have just published for consultation. Some of you might have sent us comments on that public consultation of the regulation on operational risk and risk management for financial intermediaries. And we know that one of the issues that has been raised is proportionality, for instance. So we need to calibrate that in the best way possible. So we are working on it. It's not easy. We are pretty much aware that there are trade-offs in terms of how much flexible we are, how much proportional we are in terms of our requirements, but we need to be prudent, because otherwise this can be really tricky, because we can be very flexible, but then if risk materialize, we will be in big trouble. Not just the private sector, but ourselves.
Not an easy trade-off. Thank you very much, Solange, Axel, and Carlos. A great presentation. I think now we all know that this is a challenge that our regulator has, and that we have as a private sector a role in cooperating with the regulator in advancing the goals of having a more developed and deep capital market. So please give an applause to Solange. And we'll continue our agenda here at the same room, the Assembly Hall, and we will have Minister Diego Pardo that will address the audience on green issues, and we'll have a panel on green hydrogen. So please help me welcoming Minister Pardo. I don't know who's going to host this panel. So, Mr. Alfredo Ergas. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning. We are ready to start, please. Good morning. Buenos días. Vamos a partir. Si pudieran cerrar la puerta, por favor. Muchas gracias. Good morning. Good morning. We're going to start, please, if you can take a seat. Buenos días. Stefan, morning. Thank you for coming. Thank you very much. We are 7 minutes late, and it's important to hear our panelists, so let's take advantage of the time. Señor Besanilla, si pudiera tomar asiento, por favor. Okay, thank you very much. This is the official opening for today. First of all, my name is Alfredo Ergas. I'm Director of InBest. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to the second day of 2023 version of Chile Day. Today, we have a very exciting and interesting agenda, so let's take advantage of that and also try to improve, if we can, what we did yesterday. It was a very good day. Today, I want to welcome to Senador Galilea and Senadora Vodanovic. I don't know if they are here, but if not, you can tell them that I say hello at least. Ms. Rosana Costa, Governor of the Central Bank, Mr. Mario Marcel, Minister of Finance, Mr. Diego Pardo, Minister of Energy, dear members of InBest, authorities, superintendent, and their friends. Again, we will take a minute to thank on behalf of InBest, board members, everyone who have continued making the event possible. Especially, I want to thanks to HBDC one more time. Thank you very much. For your help and for support for all of this year, and for the rest of the sponsor. Is a long list. You have seen it in the sign. So thank you very much for all of you. And if someone wants to be included during the next year, we're very open to receive new sponsorships. So thank you for that. Today we'll start a panel that the name of the panel is Building a World Green Hydrogen Hub, and I would like to invite Minister Marcel, Minister Pardo, Lucas Aranguena, who is the Global Head of Sustainable Tech and ESG Group at Banco Santander, and Mr. James Callaway, Chairman from EONER. And I will be the moderator. So please, if you want to join me here. Thank you very much. As you know, I don't want to repeat the CV and the presentation from both ministers because you know them. You know how prestigious and his capabilities. So I just want to thank Minister Pardo, your first time in the Chile Day, so you are very welcome. And if you like it, you can repeat it. And Mr. Marcel, thank you for being in the panel. I would like to introduce a little what is Lucas is doing. He's the, as I said, is the global head of sustainable tech and ESG in Banco Santander. He has a very long experience in those kind of technology and new markets. So thank you for coming and to join us. And Mr. James Callaway is the founder and chairman M&A of a green hydrogen project in Chile. He's a very well-known leader in lithium industry also. As a chairman, he's with a very long experience in investor. So thank you, James, for being here. And James will be add the investor perspective to the topic. So if we could move forward, I do have 2 slides, so don't scare about that. It's only to include the tone of the conversation. Here you can see big numbers where we are. What we are doing here is we are discussing about a climate change topic. Those are the numbers of what powered the world in 2022. As you can see, coal is 23%, natural gas 23%, hydro 15%, nuclear 9%, wind 7%, solar 4%. So at the end, the non-renewables is 85.6% and renewables 14%. So I don't know for you, but for me it has been surprised that the non-renewables are still so big, even though we are plenty of solar panels, plenty of wind. We hear so much about that, but those are the real things, how the energy is coming. And it's a pity, but it will be very difficult to find hydrogen because it's not in the graph. So this is what we are trying to talk right now. It's a very good graph. So if you can move to a second one. And those are the topics that I would like if we can leave this room at the end of this panel with a couple of answers of the things that I'm raising here, that it will be great. First of all, green energy for Chile is a great opportunity for today, for 5 years, for 10 years. Or it's so important that the things that can unite and everyone can be together at the same think about what's going on in hydrogen in Chile. So taking account all of the things that where we have so many discussions, so perhaps hydrogen can be something that we are very aligned as a nation. Second, this is a discussion of climate change. The ecosystem where we live, and I don't want to be not in one side or not in the other, but the ecosystem arrives to a maximum and we need to change. Despite your personal views about how fast, how bad we are, we need to understand that we need to change about that. And people, most of the time, they hear only bad news about climate change. So what I want to raise today that for us, that can be an opportunity. Why it can be an opportunity? For 2 things that we have. We have a lot of solar and we have a lot of wind, so we can create green energy, and green energy, it will be something that in the future, we presume that everything needs to be green. Copper, lithium, fruits, products. So we are in a special advantage, and we perceive that we have a special things to say to the world. What are important things? We'll take advantage of it or not. That will be part of the discussion, that a question that we need to answer, not only like a government, but also like a community. And Chile faced difficult challenge. For one side is how to maintain growth and improvement the people quality life, and at the same time to take care of the environmental. So we need to manage how to do one thing and how to do the other one. As I mentioned, the advantage of renewables energy, it's very important, but we have a lot of competitors that are moving faster. Here we have looked at that can give us some information, what's going on with Australia, with Mexico, Marruecos, I don't know. There is a list of other countries that are trying to do the same with hydrogen. So we are in a race, so we need to decide how fast we wanna be in this race. The good part of that, in example, that those kind of things, it will be help a lot of decentralization of the country. Remember that we have in the north sun, in the south, wind. So think about it, how the regions can develop, not only in people, not only in investment, but also employment, education. We can have the University of Hydrogen, I don't know. The sky is the limit for thinking what we can do. And at the last, the problem is very interesting to look in that way. We have a lot of sun, we have a lot of wind. What we are trying to think is how to battle, how to put it something that it will be the advantage of those, and how to put it, how to storage that, it can be in a way of hydrogen. Of course, the private sector need to say something, they need to take a risk, they need to take the thing that they're supposed to know, and the regulator from their side also need to see how to compete, in example, to what United States is doing with all the subsidies. And at the end, or perhaps at the beginning, we need to think about communities. There will be a lot of investment. We need water for that. We need desalination plants. So we need to deal from the beginning with the communities. So those are the topics that we are planning to hear during this panel. For sure, it will be more interesting what they said. So let's move to a panel. Okay. So the logistic of the panel will be that we're going to give 10 minutes from each one of the participants to make a comment and presentation. Then we'll be jumped to a question that I will make, and if we have time, we want to give you the opportunity to make questions. So, Mr. Pardo, if you want to start.
There you go.
Thank you, Minister.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. Since it's my first time, I brought some slides. I will be quick anyway. I always try to highlight that Chile has two main competitive advantages when we talk about green hydrogen and derivatives. One is, of course, the strength of. I think it's the other way. I should be away so they don't conflict to each other. So one competitive advantage comes from the strength of our natural resources, and that, of course, is very important. We have abundant sun resources in the Atacama Desert. We have abundant wind resources in Magallanes, and we have at least two industrial hubs that can fuel internal demand too. But that's one pillar. The other advantage we have is, as a country, we are committed to climate change policies, and this is not something that started with this government nor with the previous government. It has been this way for at least a decade. Today I'm going to talk about the second pillar, not about the first one. Happy to discuss this on the questions, but how do you build a stable policy in a country like Chile? Well, you have several layers in this one. The first layer came on 2015, our national strategy, energy policy, which lays out a path. Probably the most important highlights is that energy stops being a domestic issue and becomes an industry that has a potential to export both electrons, if we are able to create the infrastructure needed to export electrons to other neighbor countries, but also in a liquid form. And this liquid energy is hydrogen and derivatives. That idea came first in 2015 in our national energy policy that was updated in 2020. Both were highly participative processes in which industry was involved. Then our national green hydrogen strategy kicks in and see how hydrogen can play a role within our broader national energy strategy. And I would say it plays a key role in the three main pillars of our path towards carbon neutrality. Energy is responsible for about 3/4 of the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Of those 3 quarters, one of them is the decarbonization of the electricity matrix, another quarter comes from mobility, and another quarter comes from industry and houses. In each of these quarters, green hydrogen is key, especially for the last mile. In mobility, for long-hauling distances and industry that requires transport of heavy load, that's where hydrogen has a competitive advantage, also in bunkering and in sustainable airline fuels. In industry, in hard-to-abate industries, especially in those industrial processes in which heat is an important element of the production process, hydrogen and derivatives is a key way of decarbonizing those industries, and in the decarbonization of the electricity matrix is a way of storing energy that will be key, especially in the last part of the decarbonization process, in which we have to not only phase out coal, but also natural gas and diesel. Then we came to the Green Hydrogen Action Plan that we are currently developing. We received, as a government, a national strategy on hydrogen that was developed by the previous government and set some goals. Those are the goals that are set forth in the slide. We decided to keep those goals as a signal of stability. This is a state policy. We will continue the path that was initiated by the previous government, but we need to shift a little bit. The goals that were on the national green hydrogen strategy of the previous government are basically output goals. They are focused on the productive output of the industry, basically gigawatts of electrolysis capacity and tons of product. We want to move that strategy also to the input. We want to talk about industrial jobs created by the industry. We want to talk about the infrastructure required to deploy this industry. And we also want to talk about the impact on communities. Why is this shift? Because the original strategy was very well thought for an initial stage in which you want to call the attention of investors, and then you of course talk about output, in productive output, because that's the way you pay your debts, you pay your capital contributions. But as we move towards an industry that is going to be deployed in particular places, in particular communities, we need to talk about not only about productive outputs, but we also need to talk about jobs. We also need to talk about the impacts on those communities. And that's what we are doing right now. And how are we doing in this last layer of what we want to be a clear and stable policy? We tried to build stability in 2 different dimensions. The first one is we want to build stability in terms of time. We built a strategic committee in which there is a former president of Chile, but there are also a former Minister of Energy, Juan Carlos Jovet, who was responsible for the initial strategy that was presented in the last slide. There are other members of the cabinet of previous government, former members of former Minister of Public Works. And we also want to build stability across the different layers of government. We also want to involve regions. In Chile, we have different layers. There is the national government and there is the subnational government, and we decided to invite 2 of the 2 governors, the governor of Magallanes and the governor of the region of Antofagasta, which are the 2 main production hubs of hydrogen, and we want to invite them in this strategic committee that is monitoring the development of this action plan. Again, this is a way of building stability both in terms of time, a bipartisan stability, if you want to put it this way, but also stability in terms of how the different layers of government react to this action plan. Insofar, we have had 2 sessions. The first session discussed sustainability, and you can see here what are the key topics. In this strategic committee, there is also a lot of representative of sustainability NGOs, and I think we were able to agree, which is something to be proud of, in that the industry development, we have a unique window of opportunity, and we have to seize that opportunity. We also want to have high standards for the development of the industry. But setting those standards is going to take time, so we have to find a way to seize this window of opportunity, developing these standards that will take time, and so we have to find a way of dealing with this intermediate time in which projects are going to be presented, but the standards are not going to be ready. And the way of dealing with these early movers is to fostering their projects, but also working with them in order to satisfy the expectation of the local communities, basically doing policy. We also have a session on international dimension that basically developed what has been this international openness that our trade policy has been developing in the last couple of decades, but also highlighted the importance of diversification of players. I travel a lot to different countries, and in many countries, climate policies are a battleground between different parties. Typically, progressive parties fight with conservative parties on climate policies. In Chile, it's not that much the case. I would say that the reason for that is twofold. First, in many countries, climate policies imply a reduction of industrial jobs. In Chile, climate policy involves an increase of industrial jobs. And in many countries, the climate policy also involve reduction of economy. In Chile, it involves further developing our economy, more complexity in our economy. We are importers of fossil fuels. So as we move to clean energy, we also gain in sovereignty, and we are able to build also stronger national strategy. So national interest is also behind clean energy policy, and that's why I think it's a more bipartisan issue. And the idea of diversifying the players, not putting all the eggs in one basket, it was a key part of this second session. On the first topic, as I said, we have a very strong trade policy that will, our hydrogen strategy will follow on that openness that characterize our trade policy. Also, it is one of the key elements in which we agreed on this committee. It is that many countries are trying to develop this industry with direct subsidies to what it is conceived as an export product. We see this as something conflictive especially with WTO rules. Putting subsidies to a product that is meant to be exported is something that sooner or later is going to be conflictive with WTO rules. So we're trying to build something different. We're trying to build something more based on market rules. That's one thing. And we also want to have a role. Julio is here. Oh, Julio just left, but he was there. So we're also trying to use what is already in place, the infrastructure that is already in place, and we see that government has a role in fostering the retrofitting of infrastructure. One key issue, and I will finish with this, is that we need to, of course, certification is very important in an international market like this one, but we We have made a lot of progress in certifying the green electrons that comes from clean energy. We also have a lot of progress in certifying the carbon molecules that come from industrial process and feed on e-fuels. But we also think that we need to certify also the standards that are behind the productive processes. We don't want this, we don't want that hydrogen development becomes a race to the bottom. As a planet, we are in the middle of a threefold crisis. The emissions is one part, but biodiversity is also part of the crisis. So if we don't want that the push for creating green hydrogen and derivatives threatens biodiversity, we also have to find a way of certifying also not only the green electrons and the carbon molecules, but also the quality of the process behind the relationship with communities, behind the environmental impact assessment. And on the permits, of course, we have a lot of work to do. We have redundant permits. We need to find ways of speeding up the process. But there is a role for permits that hasn't been discussed in so far. We see the government has a role in dealing with something that comes with the industrial organization we are facing. Green hydrogen and derivatives is an industry that is supposed to be developed by the private sector. But relying on private sector and fostering heterogeneity on the private sector and diversification of players comes with a coordination problem. So there is a role in the permits to foster some coordination, especially in infrastructure, between what are competitors, and also in permitting we need to find a way that incentivize the retrofitting of current infrastructure. There is a lot of that can be done with overlapping the phase out of coal facilities and the emerging green hydrogen economy, and there is also a lot of things that can be done with the oil operation in Magallanes and the infrastructure that is currently in place and can be retrofitted into export facilities for green hydrogen and derivatives. So that's it, what I have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Marcel, if you want to continue. You can speak city.
Here. Let me just point at a couple of issues that elaborate a little on what Minister Pardo has just presented. As he indicated, I think that we have to think about green hydrogen as a project that started in Chile not yesterday, not 2 years ago, but more than 10 years ago, when we began to change our energy matrix towards renewables. Perhaps at that time there was not a view on that this would lead to the development of an industry of this kind, but I think that there was a lot of vision at that time, and we should certainly value that. And when we compare ourselves with other countries in the world, I think that we have to think starting from there, not from what happened last week or a month ago. Now, still, green hydrogen is an emerging, developing industry, and then we need to think about it in those terms. This is not a well-established industry with technology that is well known and so on, but actually many things are under constant development. So what that means for public policy is that we should think of at least 3 dimensions that may be key to an industry like this. First of all, on the regulation side, we should abstain from the notion of just, treating this as within a broader general category of investments. We need to think of it as a category in itself And I think part of the agenda on the action plan for green hydrogen is to develop green hydrogen as a specific typology for environmental assessments and a number of other permitting processes. I think that the notion of a specialized category is particularly justified by the fact that when you're dealing with green hydrogen, you're thinking not just on any other investment where you want to assess the environmental impact of investment itself, but actually what you're trying to do is to develop an industry that by itself will reduce emissions not only in Chile but elsewhere in the world. So first of all, we need to adapt regulations to the development of this industry so that by keeping our environmental standards, we acknowledge this specific contribution to reducing emissions, and then we speed up the permitting processes by specializing or developing a tailor-made assessment process that can speed up the whole thing. Part of that should include the development of baselines that shorten and make it less expensive the work that the sponsors themselves have to develop. Secondly, on the financial side, we need to think of green hydrogen as in perhaps two dimensions. First of all, that the kind of financing that you need in this case comes closer to project financing than just to fund you know, a corporation or a business. And that means that you have to take care of a number of risk dimensions where financial instruments should be able to reduce the degree of risk in developing new projects, reducing the exposure to risk, both on the technological side and also on the economic side. And I think that we should learn from you know, some of the challenges that we have found in the growth in the renewable energy industry to note that in addition to technology, markets, or whatever, we will probably face a number of coordination challenges that will be pretty important. And that means that on finance, we need to think more, not just in terms of the availability of funding for projects, but on a particular type of funding, perhaps more venture capital, and also risk management instruments that reduce the degree of exposure to risk for these projects. And thirdly, we also need to think of the logistics of the green hydrogen industry. That means thinking of the logistics starting from the building of plants, the building of solar plants, of wind power plants, and then to the industrial processes themselves, and then the transformation of green hydrogen into a commodity that can be exported elsewhere in the world. So that involves transportation, involves ports, involves building permits, involves infrastructure, and so on. Those three areas are three areas where we are focusing in the steps that we have been taking towards the Green Hydrogen Action Plan. As Minister Pardo explained, that plan is expected to be finished during this second half of the year, but we advanced a number of steps a few weeks ago that will be definitely part of that, and they precisely touch upon these three issues: regulation, finance, and logistics. So I will stop there.
Thank you, Minister. And now, Lucas, if you can give us the flavor of what's going on outside Chile and how advanced are our competitors.
Great, thank you, Alfredo. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having Banco Santander and sharing this great panel with Minister Pardo, Minister Marcel, and such a successful businessman and environmentally minded entrepreneur, global entrepreneur, I should say, like James. So it's a privilege for Santander to share a stage here today and talk about something that for us is a passion and a highly strategic topic for Banco Santander. I was actually invited to speak last year. I guess I behaved last time around as I've been invited again. This time, great to see the commitment of having two very senior officials from the Chilean government discussing this topic, right? So I'd like to give an overview as to what we see in the global hydrogen market. And when we talk about hydrogen, we're talking about hydrogen derivatives, so whether in the form of ammonia or methanol or any of its derivatives. There is a global market that is being put together. Our work within Banco Santander is to advise clients on pursuing their investments and developing their projects. For that, I spend my days and nights sometimes talking with developers of hydrogen projects worldwide. I spend a lot of time with off-takers. It's critical to understand how the off-take market is going to play out. And discussing a lot with investors as well. And that's the magic trifecta of suppliers, off-takers, and investors. But we are spending increasing amount of time also discussing with policymakers, because indeed energy policies and financial and fiscal policies are becoming very important in this new hydrogen ecosystem that is being built. So maybe I can explain what's going on the demand side very quickly. And what I can tell you is, by speaking with the largest off-takers in the world, is there is no way back. So a hydrogen economy is being created as we speak. And there will be countries with very high demand of hydrogen that will not be able to cope with their own production, that will be net importers of hydrogen. I think that's where the big opportunity for Chile stands. And we're talking about three key regions or three key countries. This is going to be Japan, this is going to be Korea, and this is going to be Europe. Those three poles will be demanding hydrogen at a very large scale. And we know that's going to happen because we are now seeing the infrastructure that is going to be needed to decarbonize industries, for shipping, for fertilizers, and that's been built as we speak. And they're going to be in high demand of that clean molecule to progress their agendas. And it's not just a decarbonization agenda. I think that was very much at the outset of the beginning of the hydrogen economy. It's also about, and the ministers alluded to this, it's also about energy security. So think about what has happened in this side of the world, in Europe, with the war in Ukraine, and Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 being closed down. We've realized that actually you cannot depend on energy partners. You need to build your own independence, energy independence. And it's also about energy price security, right? So the volatility that we've seen in the energy markets over the last 3 years have also, and we've seen industries in Germany, for example, stopping business because they could not afford the price of the molecule. So the demand side is going to be there, is not just economic policies, financial policies, geopolitics that are playing a role there. And it's going to be a very prominent industry by the end of this decade. It's going to take a few years to build that infrastructure, both on the supply and demand side, but it's going to be a thriving industry by the end of this decade, and it's only going to grow going forward. So what's going on the supply side, and this is where it's interesting for a country like Chile, right? I think it's worth noting that there are some big, I'd say, gorillas entering the room here. And the big gorillas entering the room is the US, the Middle East, Europe as well, although Europe will be a net importer of ammonia. And they are entering the room with a very strong conviction. They want to be a supplier of the clean molecule to the world. There is no way back for them. And why I say such degree of, that they have such a degree of conviction, because they are putting their money where their mouth is, effectively, right? So if you go into the US, you've got subsidies on the capex development of green hydrogen production, but you also have incentives on renewable power that goes on top of up to $3 per kilo, this is $3 per kilo, on clean hydrogen. And on top of all those, let me call it subsidies, very often you have DOE, Department of Energy money that goes on top of, plus incentives from local states for developers to build their plants in their states. So it's layer on top of layer on top of layer of incentives and subsidies. This applies as well to Japan. Japan doing it in a bit of a different way because they acknowledge they're not going to be developing their own local production infrastructure. They're going to rely on third parties. And therefore, they're going to be providing subsidies to offshore producers of green molecules. So again, the emergence of U.S., the Middle East is playing a very prominent role. Europe as well, although they're going to be net importer. Other countries are now trying to enter the scene as well, like Australia, that did not have that level of conviction. And I guess the question is that it, right? Is that a closed game? Is there a role for Chile to be played in that, that new landscape that is being created? And the answer is that it's still yet to be seen and it's still yet to be decided what's going to be the role of countries outside of those very privileged club of big developers, right? And there is definitely appetite in Europe and in Asia to have a wider and more diverse set of suppliers of green hydrogen. So there is definitely a demand out there and an opportunity for a country like Chile to play a role into that landscape. And the question is how to achieve that. I think is building and strengthening this public-private partnership. I think the government of Chile is showing great strategic conviction that this is the right thing to do, and it's great to see. But there is more to be done. Other countries are trying to occupy that space, like Brazil, with very low energy prices and a lot of hydro that runs 24 hours. That is very very important for hydrogen production, the reliability of energy. North Africa is looking into injecting their clean hydrogen into pipes that will fall into Europe. So all that part of the landscape is still to be reconfigured.
Yeah. Thank you, Luca. Maybe before to jump, if we need to make a grade from 1 to 7, because this is the scale in Chile, in terms of develop and advance of regulation, market, investment, how you qualify Chile today?
Compared to what is a 7? If a 7 is US or a 7 is North Africa? That's,
7 is where we want to be.
Right. Listen, you're putting me on the spot there.
Of course.
Because I'm sitting.
That's the fun of a panel. If not, it will be too boring.
I'm sitting next to two ministers here, so I don't.
Okay, so think about it. Okay, James, go ahead. James.
Don't ask me that question.
Okay.
Well, first of all, it's a real honor to be here with all these wonderful panelists. I'm humbled to be here, and I might start off and just say that I'm going to ditto a lot of the things that have already been said, because I don't want to repeat myself, but I think that the framework that's been provided before me is spot on. So I'm very excited about that. Let me just, for purposes of diversity of discussion, let me take it from a sort of deeply practical perspective. For the last, first of all, I've been investing in Chile now for 11 years, and I've been investing in this region for 17 years, building large capacity facilities, industrial facilities, whose sole purpose is to bring down emissions in the world. And I don't do this anymore at my age. My wife always says, what in the heck are you doing at 65, working harder than ever in your life? And it's really to try to, it sounds Pollyannish, but to try to help save the world. And I really think there's a deep urgency about bringing down emissions. And I do believe that Chile has a very, very important role to play, not just in terms of its own decarbonization, because I think, I was struck, Mr. Marcel, by your slide about the percentage of domestic production that will be renewable. It's clear to see. It puts you in a very rare place of being a quite decarbonized society here. And so I think that you can achieve, and that's a contribution to the world. But
correct,
for sure, as a model of decarbonization, and we need those models in this world, this turbulent world we're in. But I think that you also have in green hydrogen and ammonia, particularly ammonia because it's more easily transportable. I think you have such an enormous capacity here. It could ultimately be at the very bottom of the cost curve to not just supply the needs of 20 million people in Chile, but to be literally the Middle East of this green economy. So I really want to emphasize that I have incredible hope for the potential here. For 3 years, my team at MAE, led by our wonderful Chilean team, has been having our head down very quietly, working in the great amount of detail to define what is the right scale of commercial facilities. MAE, by the way, we call it MAE, but that's just because nobody anyplace else in the world would be able to say Mejillones Ammonia Energy. That's what it's named for. So we've been focusing there. And I will just say one thing about our particular act, because I want to talk more broadly. We don't have a plan B or a plan C or a plan D as a company. A lot of the players that you'll see running around here in Chile have 25 projects all over the world, and they're sort of playing it out to see which one gives them the best deal. We're not doing that. We have one project. Our entire team is Chilean. We've been working tirelessly, quietly, to actually put together all of the elements that are necessary. And by the way, all of the elements are a lot of different things. Water, in a super evaporitic environment in Mejillones, incredibly important and challenging. We've come up with some really great ways to reduce our use of water and also to use old water, gray water, and purify it ourselves so that we can reuse water from waste systems. I mean, all these kinds of things. The port facilities, incredibly important, particularly for early production. We need to have port facilities where we don't have to go and do much reinforcement of those ports in order to become large-scale exporters. Because if you start messing around with ports and water resources, you just have to add time. It just takes time to get this done. So we've identified and secured our engineering on really the best port, we think, in Mejillones. The power systems, in the end, what your cost of your input of power, it's your OPEX cost, operating cost, is almost exclusively derived from how much your power costs are, and what we in the industry parlance we would say is your capacity factor that you actually get in the plant, because you can have, for instance, and this is a problem we have in this country, and I bring it up not because I wish this was the problem, but it is the problem, and I think we should all really talk about it, is that you have a perverse situation. You have the best wind on Earth down in the south, and you got absolutely the best solar on Earth in the north. Well, great, but like in the case of the solar, you might be able to get 35 or 40% capacity factor out of it. So that means your plant sitting there, if you have direct solar, and that's it, most of the time the plant's sitting not being utilized. And when you talk about projects, when we talk about these projects, it's very important. We think about 300 megawatts is, by the way, when you get to sort of an optimal initial economy of scale. We're talking about, when you add it all up, it's $1.5 billion, $1.8 billion of capital that's involved in this. And so it has to be done with structured finance. I mean, it really is going to be done with structured finance. And that means that we have to have good economics. If we're sitting at 40% capacity factor, that's very difficult to achieve. And the only way to get to the returns you need is to have a high assumption about the selling price of your end materials. And as the higher your price that you have to assume in your models and the offtakes that are associated with it, the more difficult it is to get durable offtakes at those prices, and therefore becomes a problem in structured finance. So these things are very important, and my last comment about this is there needs to be a deep, hard look at this, because in the end, what we need to find a way to do is get a bridge. And I'm sorry to go on, but I'm going to talk just for a second about this. It's really interesting. So ultimately, and I would guess, and it's only a guess, I should mention that I'm one of the world's leading producers of lithium. And so I deal with all the battery people all over the world all the time at a deeply practical level. And the innovation that's going on in mass storage is incredible. And by the way, we're seeing prices falling faster on mass storage than we would have expected even 2 years ago, which is awfully important because solar costs, as you know, are just collapsing. It's unbelievable. From 10 years ago to now, it's just a completely different world. The real question is what is the cost and timeline for meeting of the production of electrons and storage of electrons? Because at a certain point, we get past this difficult bridge of trying to connect wind and solar, and I believe in Atacama, because we have the best solar on the planet. By the way, about 20% better than anybody else on Earth. Just want to put that in context. Unbelievable. As soon as the storage costs fall enough and we can load shift, we can produce larger and larger amounts of solar and storage and get these large capacity factor expansions. So the challenge, in my judgment, for the Atacama is that we be extremely aggressive and very thoughtful about how government and industry can work together during this transition, because right now we don't have affordable storage. We don't. Okay, we're getting there, but we're not there. So, and we don't, in my opinion, have time to wait. We don't have time to sit here and wait for all of that to emerge. It'll be too late because of what was just being talked about. The other market participants will overwhelm Chile. So we have to have a position here. We have to take an aggressive position, say, no way are we going to let the United States or Europe or anybody come in here and take what is really your rightful place as the world leading producer. You got to move it now. We got to take advantage of it. We have to find certain hubs that we focus our attention on. We're going to have to bring wind into play with nocturnal wind, with daytime solar. We have to find common infrastructure and strategies to do that. I don't think it can only be done by the private sector, by the way. I really just want you to know, I think that's hopeful. That's very hopeful, but not likely. But if we can make that transition, it's a short period of time in which we have to have these supports, because once we get to a certain point with the cost of storage, the Atacama is going to absolutely dominate and have a structural cost advantage on the whole world forever. And so this could become as important or more important than copper, in my opinion. And we need to do that because this country deserves it, and it's got the great resources of the world. So that's my main point. Thank you.
So we are fully convinced about what James said. So right now, as everything in life, execution and is the word, what to do. And Minister Pardo, I would like to ask you which kind of practical things, and taking advantage that Mr. Benavente is here, I don't know if Corfo has a role also, and ENAP has a role, practical things that you are envisioned that it will be taking place in the short term, in the same line as James has suggested.
Okay, so one thing that I think is important to highlight in where we stand right now is that in many countries there is a lot of talk about hydrogen, but they do not have much production ongoing. And that's one difference, I would say, with Chile. We have not, I mean, there are not commercial facilities yet, but we have at least 3 ongoing production processes. That helps a lot in understanding what is needed on the supply side. We have Harmony on Magallanes that is currently producing. We have like a forklift facility that is actually working in an industrial environment, and we have a residential application of hydrogen in Coquimbo that is blending hydrogen with natural gas, and it's actually being used in stoves and for domestic purposes. I don't think that there's no other country that is actually as far as in the application as we're, and that even if these are pilots, it helps a lot to understand what comes ahead. And I think what lies ahead is a challenge to try to deploy these industries in particular communities, in particular hubs, in which there's a low-hanging fruit. And I would say there are low-hanging fruits in Magallanes with the infrastructure of an app that it's already in place, and at least for the first commercial stages, probably the larger projects will need, that will come later on. They will need their own facilities and such. But at least for the first commercial stages, retrofitting is of course a solution. And in the north, Mejillones, Tocopilla, these coal towns that are associated with the power generation based on coal, and they are phasing out on those facilities. Retrofitting those facilities, it also has an opportunity. Those are low-hanging fruits. Why? Because you have already an infrastructure in place. You have already a set of permits that allow to create all of these industrial activities, and you have communities that are used to this industrial, the presence of these heavy industries. So deployment on those places should be easier than in others. So I think what we need to be is practical, focus on those, and we have been doing that, especially in Tocopilla and Mejillones. We are also doing it in Magallanes with an app. Try to focus on that, and as the minister said yesterday, hit the floor running. That's what we are trying to do. So we have a lot of pilots going on. Next stage is the first commercial projects. We'll have to hit the floor running with those projects, and in order to do that, we need to find these sweet spots in which the deployment of the infrastructure should be easier than somewhere else. And I think we have an advantage on that.
Thank you, Minister. And Mr. Marcel, talking about the public policy, it's difficult to decide which sector of the economy to give subsidies, if any, and to support, or which it will be the winners in the economy. What's your view about what need to be the approach from the government to an industry that shows that it has so many opportunities?
Yes. Well, I think that if we follow what James just said, he focused on the perhaps on the contrast between the low operational costs and the investment stage. And I think that if we look at what's happening elsewhere in the world, there is a lot of focus also on investments, and our comparative advantages lie much more with operation. So I think that that's a dimension that we should certainly focus on. We have already put together this financial facility worth $1 billion with contributions from different multilateral institutions, plus some additional contributions from Chile. Those will provide funding and structured funding combined with private sector sources for projects. They will provide risk coverage for new projects as well. and it is intended to evolve gradually in order to operate stage by stage in the development of investments. Secondly, on the fiscal side, in contrast with these huge subsidies, we should think of what we can do from the taxation side. Now, for many years in Chile, we have basically thought of the relationship between taxation and investment being mediated by savings. Well, we know a number of factors that reduce the effectiveness of that kind of approach, and I believe that now we need to focus more on investments themselves. That's why we have put together a number of proposals that we expect to bring to this to the discussion on the fiscal covenant. First of all, this pool of tax credits for investments that have a larger multiplier effect, including the multiplying effect on environmental dimensions. That doesn't need to pick winners, but at least gives you an opportunity to focus on where some of the externalities of investments are larger. And I think this is an area where that clearly stands out in that sense. In addition to that, we have built a mechanism to recirculate government revenues from lithium to the diversification of the production base, including green hydrogen. That's something that we had not done in the past. In the past, of course, we had very important government revenues from copper, but that just provided general funding for the budget. And over time, what we have seen is that the weight of, for instance, infrastructure investment in the national budget has been going down because it has been taken over by the pressure on current spending. So it's very important to preserve that mechanism, to preserve and to build and develop this mechanism to recirculate revenues from natural resource-based industries in order to broaden our productive base, and that is becoming an important source of funding for research and development with green hydrogen, for the development of the Ventana al Futuro plan with the Ministry for Bienes Nacionales, and also for a number of other initiatives that deal with the development of this industry. So is that enough to cope with the massive subsidies of the US? I don't know, but you know, following what Lucas mentioned, I think that our focus should be in the countries and the regions in the world that will be on a deficit, that will have a deficit on green hydrogen, rather than those that are trying to become self-sufficient. I think that we have, in that contrast, I think that we also have an important advantage, which is that we don't have competitive sources of energy in Chile that will, you know, compete for government support. I think that that is important, an important advantage compared to other countries that are thinking about subsidizing, because the subsidizing dynamics may be much more complicated when you have a number of competing industries in the same country. So perhaps I will stop there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
May I say
It was very clear.
just one thing on top of that? If you look at the way in which the subsidy policies were approved by the respective Congress, you are talking about, well, in the case of US, one Senate vote. I mean, it was approved by one vote. And in many other cases, you are talking about similar, very narrow margins. I mean, of course, you can always think that that's going to be a staple, but if you have competing industries for that support and you have a not so stable political battleground, well, I mean, it's hard to say if that is going to be there in 20 more years, in 10 more years.
No, absolutely. I don't want to look like someone who advocates for subsidies at all, in any place. So, Lucas, don't worry, I'm not coming to the same question that I did before. So, I have a new one for you. In terms of banking, what are the conditions that do you think that they need to be met in terms of having bankable business? Are we far from that? Because you mentioned problems in demand, in supply.
Sure.
We are in a process. As James mentioned, there is not facilities that are ready to produce.
Yeah.
There is not PPAs. So how you are planning to finance that?
Listen, the first thing I'd like to say is that the banking community is very eager to finance hydrogen. And I think that's very important because without banks really chipping in, this is not going to happen. And the reason why I say this is because when you look into the largest multi-billion-dollar financings that are taking place, so those projects that have reached FID in 2023, when you think about it, everyone's building a first-of-its-kind plant. Okay? I mean, this hydrogen plant is not like you buy a microwave that is an electrolyzer and then you plug it in and then you wait for the hydrogen. These are super complex technical and engineering plants. And no one today is operating a multi-100 megawatt plant. And we're already financing the banking community, including Santander, we're already financing the development and the capex of giga-scale plants. And I think that's very positive. Now, what's needed? I can tell you, if you were my client, I would give you a list of 25 things, but everything ends up with one. You need stable cash flows, and in order to have stable cash flows, you need an off-taker. And you need an off-taker for at least 10 years that is going to be buying the green molecule and with a very low counterparty risk. And the second one is, as banks, we want to protect the downside, so you need a highly rated EPC that will be the engineering, procurement, and construction of the plant, so we can discharge any liabilities, any overruns, in case the plant is not working. Now, in order to secure those offtake contracts, there are multiple dimensions that play into this, but cost of the molecule is the driving decision maker. And this is where, to your question before, out of 7, right? If you ask me, ¿dónde está el aprobado in the ammonia market? If you're higher or north of $650 per ton in ammonia, it's very challenging. And I think the one thing that I'd say in that regard is time to market is critical. So we're going to see in 2024 hundreds of billions of projects going to FID. When a project goes on to FID, that means that you've secured an off-taker. And every time an off-taker signs with a developer, that means that's demand that is being captive to a given project, right?
Yep.
So that's very important because 2024 is going to be the year in which a lot of these giga-scale projects, I mean, we've already seen 15 billion of being FID'd in 2023, but we're going to see a much larger number in 2024. So the new configuration of this world trade of ammonia is being defined in the coming months. And that's why I think it's very positive what Minister Marcel said and Minister Pardo, because is really tackling the issue and making things happen as a matter of urgency. I think that's really, really important.
Thank you. Yeah, we're close to close the panel, but before that, James, we're going to give you another of those epic speech that you just gave us. Because after this, everyone wants to invest in hydrogen.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. I do want to comment on it. There's so many things that y'all have said that are so smart and right on. So I think that one thing I would close with is that it's very clear to me that the government is really digging in to this subject, because you can't make the comments you've made without having a deep understanding of what the situation is, and I commend that, and it's heartening to me very much so as an investor. I do want to make a comment though. I spend my life with engineers. You know, you talk about EPC. I have Fluor Corporation, one of the biggest engineering firms in the world. By the way, Chilean engineers, been working with us on this project now for 3 years, spending a huge amount of money on engineering. Engineering is really, really important as a project for whole. It's not just the process flow sheets, but it's also safety. You know, you're dealing with materials that you need to handle them with great care, and the quality construction is very important for social license to operate. So, but I would just my opinion, I don't really think that the flow sheets, we call it in the parlance of the industry, the flow sheets for the production of green ammonia are anywhere near as complicated as flow sheets, say, for lithium production. Lithium production, now you want to get into complicated flow sheets and complex factories. I could spend hours telling you about that because I've built them, and I'm building a big one now. Incredibly complicated. I mean, this essence of it is, you know, you're going to take electrons that are made by either wind or solar. You know, you're going to run it into an electrolyzer, and you know, PEM technology is the main approach. I think is, you know, being pretty well tested. I don't think that is such a big deal. And once you get past stripping out the hydrogen with those electrolyzers, essentially the only thing left is to convert it into ammonia, and that's been going on and is completely understood and been doing all over the world. And once you have the ammonia, it doesn't know whether it's green or blue or brown or purple. You know, it's just an ammonia. And of course, we need to know that it is in fact from renewable sources, because that's the distinguishing character. And that's a tricky subject, by the way. But I don't think that we have a technological risk in the flow sheets or the productive capacity. I just don't think that's going to be the issue. I think it's the off-takes. I think it's the ability to get sufficient amount of capacity factor into the plants and to do it affordably. And I agree with you. Now, I might take some exception on 650 for ammonia as the break point, because I don't know if the world actually knows what that point, that price point is. People say things and they have all different kind of ideas. But you know, one of the last points I'd like to make, and it's back to the fundamental strategy of the country of being committed to this clean future. See, a lot of people keep acting as if this is going to be purely played out on pure economic table. I just don't think that's right. I don't think Mother Nature cares what we all think. If Mother Nature is going to do what it's going to do, and the last time I checked, we ought to be all deeply alarmed by what's happening on this planet, okay? And so I think by 27, 28, it's going to be a lot worse than 23, okay? And I think people are going to be starting to say, you know what, our rivers aren't running very well, you know, all this cheap hydro, well, maybe it isn't quite available. You know, people are starving to death because food production's going down. I mean, we're in a potential catastrophic situation, and it just blows my mind that we don't take that enough into account and thinking about what the pricing will need to be to get off this emissions. So I actually am bullish on what the prices are going to necessarily be, because I don't think they're going to be decided just because we all have rational economic behavior. Okay, that's the last comment. Thank you.
So thank you very much, and thank you that that was the reason why I started with that chart, talking about how we produce energy today, and at the end it's a climate issue. Yes. We need to know that the technology of taking energy from hydrogen, it has more than 100 years. Yeah. So it's incredible that suddenly, for what's happening with the cost of energy, we're in that situation. I think we have a unique opportunity in Chile. And as James said, there is other things to include in the analysis more than only the price of the ammoniaco, if it will be 1.5 or not, the kilogram of hydrogen. So one more time, thank you, Mr. Pardo, for coming especially for this. Mr. Minister Marcel, Lucas, thank you very much. And James, especially thank you for you. I think you became a a very close friend of Chile Day and InBest.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. A big applause for them. James, let's take a photo with the...
Photo, okay. Yeah.
Person next to
they asked me to take a photo.
Photo up here. Terrific panel. Thank you very much. A lot of fun.
A lot of fun, yes.
Toma. No está la fotógrafa cuando tiene que estar, no está.
Conversation, because I really do think that you can
¿Cómo
line all
estamos?
these things up and it all ties together.
Yep.
It's great.
Ministro. Ministro, ¿vamos a sacar una foto? Gracias. Saquemos una foto. Gracias. Gracias. ¿Estamos?
Claro, ya. Falta.
Ah.
Hello? Hello? Is it working? Hello? Yeah. Hello, everybody. I invite you to sit down for our next panel. We will start our next segment now. Welcoming Ms. Rosana Costa. Okay, we will start our next segment now. It is great that there is so many to talk about. I know. Well, we will start thanking the previous panel. It was very enlightening. It was great to have Alfredo, Minister Marcel, Minister Pardo, Lucas Aranguena, and James Calloway speaking on green hydrogen. It was very clear on the opportunities for Chile and the challenges ahead. Quizás si lo hacemos en español. I have all the patience in the world. Ok, we will start now. O lo hacemos en español, así todos entienden que se tienen que sentar. O subamos los micrófonos. Increíble, estoy tan contento. Thank you, everybody. No, really, I think it's great that there is so many to talk about, that after every panel, this generates so many connections. That one common topic is, what are you doing in Chile Day? Why so many Chilean people have to go to England to do this? And the answer is this. After any panel, you can see all the connections that you generate, that if you have to ask for a meeting to do this, it might take over a month, over a quarter, to have all these conversations that you just had. So me and the board member of InBest are very happy that these connections happen. So there's no issue. Nonetheless, it was almost like school, like the teacher being here saying, sit down, sit down. So I was trying to avoid that. So very happy that it worked. Now, it is my personal honor to introduce our next distinguished speaker. She's the governor of the central bank, an institution that holds a unique and esteemed position as the safekeeper of Chile's economic stability. And listen to this, the guardian of its investment attractiveness. That's a really good title. The Central Bank of Chile has played a pivotal role in maintaining our nation's financial integrity and fostering an environment that attracts investment and ensures economic resilience. So please, give a warm welcome to Ms. Rosana Costa.
Thank you for your presentation, and good morning, everybody. I would greet the authorities present this morning. Of course, I have to give thanks to InBest because of all their efforts for gathering us in this wonderful opportunity of Chile Days for many years. This is my second time here in Chile Day in London. The first time was time of regulation agenda. Of course, nowadays is time of monetary policy. So this meeting takes place in a context where progress has been made in rebuilding inflation in many countries. In the case of Chile, annual inflation fell from 14.1% to 5.3% within a year. Although this is still high, the evolution of the macroeconomic scenario suggests that the convergence of inflation to the central bank's 3% target has been consolidating, a process which is expected to be completed during the second half of 2024. This has allowed the board to adjust the degree of monetary tightness, reducing the monetary policy rate by 175 basis points since July to 9.5%. However, as we emphasized in our monetary policy report published last week, although risk has been balancing out, the process of inflationary convergence is ongoing, and we must remain vigilant to deliver price stability to our people. Recent market development and the August CPI print do not change materially the outlook of our monetary policy report. I will take this opportunity to summarize the view of the central bank on the recent evolution and prospect of inflation in Chile and its macroeconomic drivers, the implication for monetary policy, as well as the main risks and challenges ahead. I will also provide a few preliminary reflections on our experience with navigating the inflation cycle over the past few years. Of course, any conclusions are necessarily tentative, as the process of controlling inflation is still underway. Over the past few years, inflation has increased globally due to local and global factors. In the case of Chile, local components have played a very significant role. At its peak, annual CPI inflation reached more than 14 a year ago, way above our 3% target for the 2-year policy horizon. Core inflation, excluding volatile items, also rose to very high level of around 11% during several months. At the central bank, we undertook an aggressive monetary policy tightening, taking the monetary policy rate from 0.5% in July 2021 up to 11.25% in October 2022, and then maintained the rate at that highly restricted level until past July. Over the course of the current year, as tight monetary policy has taken effect, inflation has receded. As the rebalancing of the economy proceeded and convergence of inflation to the target started to firm, the timing was appropriate for starting to ease the policy rate. In August, headline inflation reached, as I have said, 5.3%, and core inflation 7.4% year-on-year, significantly below what we saw a year ago. The decrease has been most pronounced in goods components, including energy, food, and others. Services inflation is also decreasing, but more slowly, especially due to lagged adjustment of regulated tariffs and indexation. The key factor supporting this inflation has been the resolution of macroeconomic imbalances created by massive transfers to households that injected liquidity worth 30% of GDP. This stimulated private consumption in an unprecedented manner, which grew by almost 21% in 2021. Since last year, consumption, particularly in durable goods, has fallen towards sustainable levels. Recent data suggests that the bulk of the adjustment seems to have already occurred. The behavior of consumption has responded to fight inflation conditions in recent quarters, which increased households' financial burden associated with high level of interest rates and inflation. Higher interest rates have also made deposits more attractive, contributing to the recovery of private saving. Along with a significant fiscal consolidation in 2022, the recovery of private saving has helped swing the current account deficit from a peak of 10% of GDP in the third quarter of 2022 to 4.5% in the most recent quarter. Of course, the adjustment of consumption has affected domestic output. Real GDP has contracted for several quarters, mostly due to lower retail activity. However, since much of the adjustment has been concentrated in imported goods, the effect on domestic value added has been much smaller than the fall in consumption. The data for the second quarter shows a year-on-year decline in private consumption of 6.1% in comparison to a fall of 1.1% in GDP, in line with an increase in net exports. The moderation of the business cycle through an adjustment concentrated in imports has so far had a relatively soft effect on the labor market. Annual employment growth has returned to its pre-pandemic average of roughly 2% in recent months. The unemployment rate has fluctuated between 8.5% and 8.8% above last year's figures, at the same time as the recovery of labor force participation has met subdued labor demand. As for wages, these have shown high nominal growth rates influenced by indexation and minimum wage adjustments, but negative real growth rates until recently due to the impact of inflation and declining labor demand in the context of a rebound in labor supply. An additional factor that has contributed to the decline in inflation is the reduction of external cost pressures. Food and fuel prices are lower than last year following the onset of the war in Ukraine. Other imported good prices have also stabilized, and transportation costs have normalized with the resolution of supply bottlenecks that arose after the pandemic. Another significant determinant of lower inflation pressures has been the behavior of the exchange rate in recent quarters. Compared to its highest level in mid-2022, it appreciated in nominal and effective and real effective terms by around 15%. This reduction occurred in a context where local uncertainty has receded from the peaks of recent years. Other information that can be added to this analysis pertains to the dynamic of price adjustment in companies. Price indices constructed from firm-level electronic payments data show that the frequency of price increases for goods has been decreasing, approaching their historical average. Business surveys conducted by the central bank further highlight the importance of the different determinants of inflation described so far. For several months, companies have been reporting a reduction in price pressures associated with the exchange rate and general cost, while the perceived influence of the level of sales has reached neutral terrain. On the other hand, the surveys also reveal an ongoing pressure of labor costs. Part of this pressure is explained by the impact of inflation on wages through indexation. This will continue to affect price inflation in the coming months, especially of services. In this context, inflation expectation has also fallen significantly. Medium-term expectation from surveys of economic analysts and financial traders and those implicit in asset prices have returned to the 3% target during this year, after showing large deviation over 2021 and 2022. Short-term market expectations have also fallen significantly. Surveys of companies for which we have less history have also started to diminish recently. It is important that the process of consolidating inflation convergence continues to be transmitted to the perceptions and decisions of companies and consumers to reduce the second round effect of high inflation expectation. Inflation expectation above the target, the impact of local risk and uncertainty in local financial markets, and the excess of liquidity in households introduce additional challenges for our recent inflationary process and for monetary policy. Related to this, inflation forecasts and monetary policy decisions had to rely upon uncertain estimation of consumption propensities. Those estimations were revised upwards several times, given higher than expected household consumption, as we had overestimated the propensity of households to save part of those funds and perhaps also their tendency to react to rising interest rates in this highly unusual situation. Overall, different large shocks, both from the demand and supply side, generated heterogeneous responses of monetary policy across the globe. In our case, the perspective of inflation convergence has allowed to initiate an easing cycle. The red line is Chile. The discussion leads me to make a few preliminary reflections based on the episode of the past few years. Of course, any definite conclusion cannot be drawn in a context where the task of controlling inflation continues to be challenging and is not completed. Also, while a lot of things can be learned from this episode, this will continue to depend on how the situation unfolds. A first important insight is that our monetary policy framework based on flexible inflation forecast targeting has allowed us to navigate the inflation cycle well. This framework entails the commitment by the bank to send monetary policy in a way consistent with bringing the forecasted annual inflation rate to 3% within 2 years, while allowing for transitory inflation deviations. It is important to remember that our monetary policy framework relies upon a floating exchange rate. This contributes to mitigate the impact of shocks affecting the economy and facilitates the adjustment of different markets to those shocks. The monetary policy rate is the instrument to bring inflation to the target based on the evaluation of its drivers for the medium-term inflation outlook. Like elsewhere, our policy framework has severely tested over the past few years due to the significant shocks that strain macroeconomic and financial stability. These shocks increased forecasted inflation, prompting the board to initiate a sharp tightening cycle even before current inflation deviated from target. This response, coupled with fiscal consolidation, rebalanced the macroeconomy. In this sense, when facing unprecedented shocks, waiting for more information may be useful, but the benefits need to be balanced against the cost of delaying action. Mistakes can be made, but a rapid response prevents their effects from lingering and affecting credibility. A second idea is that prudent and predictable behavioral of fiscal policy is a key ingredient in facilitating inflation targeting. The rise in inflation during 2021 and 2022 responded largely to the massive transfers. This leaves as a lesson that fiscal support might be focused and avoid adopting a pro-cyclical stance. In fact, the fiscal consolidation that the authority carried out in 2022 was relevant support for reducing inflation. The significant adjustment in public spending and the rejection of additional pension withdrawal projects were key factors in reducing uncertainty and controlling domestic expenditure pressures. In this way, the fiscal anchor, which was weakened after the strong pro-cyclical behavior in 2021, has been favored by the continuous improvement that have been introduced and the commitment of the authority. A third conclusion is that sound analysis, rich data, and robust models are other key ingredients for the successful implementation of inflation forecasting targeting, especially in unforeseen situations. Analytical tools need to be adapted to such situations to ensure an adequate calibration of the monetary policy response. Regarding data, new information tools can be a big help here. The bank has invested to work with large-scale administrative microdata sets from different sources for the better part of a decade. This information is of higher frequency than standard data and forms the base of real-time estimates of activity, demand, and even inflation. The bank has also been building a closer relationship with companies around the country to learn about their perception of the economy and understand their action. In addition, our staff has been implementing a modeling agenda that is constantly being updated in line with development in the literature and policy needs. For instance, to incorporate heterogeneities among economic agents or macrofinancial linkages. The broader lesson is that applied economic research must be the backbone of monetary policy decision and needs to react swiftly to address changing environments. Fortunately, good data and good researchers are mutually reinforcing. Even more reason to place investing in both among the highest priority for central banks. A final insight is that with inflation becoming a paramount concern to the public, a communication strategy that explains to wider audience the need for tight monetary policy can make them unexpected allies in the fight against inflation. People have suffered the cost of inflation and need to know what is happening, why, and what is needed to reduce inflation, and that the process has costs. Importantly, this perception is actionable. A communication plan that consistently target wider audience has contributed to the notion that monetary policy medicine, back testing as it is, beats inflation. This notion is now shared by mainstream economists and the public at large. But this support may prove short-lived if central banks do not deliver in time lower inflation or their actions are not consistent with their words, damaging the legitimacy of monetary policy. This insight should not be lost and speaks more generally about the role of effective communication and speedy action for maintaining de facto central bank independence, written in the law but not in stone. All institutional arrangements need to eventually make sense to people. I will now move on to summarize the inflation outlook from our September monetary policy report. Overall, both the domestic and external scenario are similar to the previous report from June. In the central scenario, total inflation will continue to decrease, and it is expected to close the year at 4.3 annually, converging to 3% in the second half of 2024. This projection weighs lower than expected figures in previous months against the impact of the recent depreciation of the peso and higher external prices for fuels. Recently, inflation recorded for August surprised downwards in relation to expectations. I would like to point out that high-frequency figures are valuable, especially for what they contribute to trends. However, it is not advisable to draw conclusions from each of them. Extracting the trends from the information we receive and how they relate to the general macroeconomic scenario is what we must consider. Also, other things have happened and will happen before the next monetary policy meeting, including the effects that the depreciation of the peso may have on inflation. Therefore, it is premature to talk about a change with respect to the central scenario. Core inflation will close 2023 at 6.3% annually and reach 3% at the beginning of 2025. The decline in the services component will be slow due to the impact of indexation of wages and prices. In the case of goods, beyond the effect of the peso depreciation, their decline will continue to be determined by more moderate demand pressures and relief from external and internal cost factors. This projection assumes that the output gap will continue to close for the remainder of the year, generating the necessary condition for inflation convergence. That is, the economy will no longer operate above its capacity, which has generated pressure on prices and has contributed significantly to fueling the high inflation levels. The evolution of the local economy, in particular the contraction of private consumption, has led to a decline in the output gap after several quarters in positive territory. Towards 2024 and 2025, the gap will be in negative territory, as in our previous forecast, in line with subdued domestic demand. This will allow completing the inflation convergence process within the policy horizon. The GDP growth projection for this year ranges between -0.5% and 0%. This projection takes into account the impact of operational problems that have affected mining production in recent months, with scheduled production increases for 2023 taking effect as the fourth quarter of this year. Non-mining activity, on the other hand, will resume positive quarterly variation starting at the end of this year, gradually approaching growth rates consistent with its potential level. For 2024 and 2025, as in June report, GDP growth ranges of 1.25% to 2.25%, and 2 to 3% are expected for 2025. Regarding monetary policy, the board began reducing the monetary policy rate in July. In the central scenario, the policy rate will follow the path outlined in the July meeting. This means that by the end of the year, the monetary policy rate will stand between 7.75 and 8%. However, the magnitude and timing of the monetary policy reductions process will depend on the evolution of macroeconomic scenario and its implication for the inflation trajectory. Incoming data has not so far altered this strategy, and the main thrust of the message from the September monetary policy report. The set of projections I have just described is what we call the central scenario. It is based on a set of assumptions about the economic environment, agent behavior, and policy orientation. Based on these assumptions, sensitivity exercises can be carried out, which, while keeping GDP growth within the projected ranges, may require somewhat different monetary policy action. These scenarios constitute the monetary policy corridor around the central scenario. The upper bound of the corridor reflects alternative scenarios in which the inflation convergence process is less favorable than expected. The lower bound of the corridor reflects a scenario in which inflation convergence is faster than anticipated. As for more severe risk scenarios, they are mainly associated with the global macro-financial context. A further deterioration could trigger episodes of high volatility, reduced liquidity, and incentive for capital outflows from emerging economies. In addition to previously identified sources of risks around the US banking system, there are increasing concerns about China, especially related to the evolution of its economy and financial market. If risk scenarios materialize, their implication for monetary policy will depend on how the combination and magnitude of these elements affect the outlook for medium-term inflation convergence. Finally, some final remarks. Let me wrap up by emphasizing that undoubtedly the reduction in inflation is good news for our people. However, the task is not yet completed, and we remain vigilant. Our central scenario is considering the convergence of inflation to 3% during the second half of 2024. Recent market development, as the August CPI, do not change materially this outlook. The flexible inflation forecast targeting framework has allowed our small and open economy to navigate well during both fair and foul weather since it was implemented in early 2000s. But the task of returning inflation to the 3% goal is not over yet. Although we have made progress in controlling inflation, we are now facing the challenge of completing inflation convergence. Our country has gone through a long and painful cycle for families and businesses affected by the adverse impact of high inflation. The central bank has had to implement a significant adjustment of monetary policy, which has not been without consequences for the economy, but we are already seeing positive results. Going forward, the calibration of monetary policy will require a delicate balance that avoids greater persistence but also prevents demand weakness that could lead to excessive deflation. To complete the convergence process, our economy will need to grow below its potential for several quarters. This will allow our country to move towards a scenario where growth capabilities can be deployed adequately without the burden of high inflation and the necessary measures to reduce it. Monetary policy will guide the economy towards trend growth while achieving price stability. But the question arises as to whether this growth is satisfactory and how it can be improved. Developing growth capabilities goes beyond what central bank can accomplish. On various occasions, we highlighted the importance of implementing policies that enhance our economy productivity. For example, education remains a critical factor, particularly in terms of regaining what has been lost in recent years. Improving skills of our workers through effective training is also essential. Additionally, the country can and should leverage its natural advantage, positioning itself favorable for the energy transformation that the planet requires. Materials of which you were listening in these 2 days. From the central bank, our contribution is precisely to offer stability through low and stable inflation and suitable financial conditions that are favorable for business development, investment, and growth. As I mentioned, this clears the path for the economy to deploy its capabilities. This is by far our most significant contribution to our country. Thank you very much for these moments.
Well, let's give another round of warm applause to Mrs. Rosana Costa's presentation. Just a logistic issue, there will be no coffee break now because we are running a bit late, so we'll start with the next panel right now in this place. We'll have a very interesting panel. By the way, I'm Hernando Rodriguez, a member of the board of InBest. I forgot that. Today we have a very interesting panel as reflected in its title, Understanding the Power Industry's Conundrum. During the discussion, the speakers will primarily address the present and future of the energy sector in Chile. To do this, we have 3 very excellent panelists. But before we begin it, and introduce each of the panelists and their moderator, I would like to briefly address the power generation sector in Chile, especially from an historical context, in no more than 2 or 3 minutes. Today, the generation matrix is composed of a very diverse supply. In fact, the installed capacity generation in Chile reaches over 33.5 gigawatts, more than triple the demand on average. The current capacity is made up of 22% hydro, 40% thermal, mainly coal, natural gas, and diesel, 22% solar, and 14% wind. Generation, on the other hand, had a completely different composition in 2022 compared to installed capacity. Has it historically been this way, or have there been significant changes in the supply structure? If we take a look at the last 35 years, we observe significant changes in the industry, starting with the number of participants. In the late 90s, Chile had 4 or 5 significant players in the industry. Today, it is more than 150 companies, from small local developers up to large multinationals, from the 5 continents, deploying all types of technologies from Arica in the north down to Magallanes in the south. Going back to the question about the supply structure, until the late 80s, power generation in Chile was mainly hydro with coal backup. Average demand, on the other hand, reached only 2,000 megawatts in 1990. Today, it is 5 times higher. During 1998, Chile experienced one of the worst droughts in its history, a phenomenon that we have seen practically worsen year after year, with the exception of this year, 2023. Due to the drought and the connection to natural gas from Argentina, several combined cycle power plants based on this fuel started in the late 1990s. However, in 2007, Argentina cut off the gas supply, which combined with the ongoing drought, rising fuel prices, and the 2008 financial crisis had catastrophic effects on the power industry. This led to a very rapid installation of diesel-based generation and the construction of several coal-based power plants. In addition, LNG terminals were built in the north and in the center of Chile in order to supply gas for the combined cycle plants. During this period, especially between 2009 and 2013, the cost of energy in Chile went up to the sky. But from the year 2010 onwards, the boom in renewable energy started to begin. This happened mainly due to the lower development cost of this technology, new bidding terms to supply regulated customers that encourage new players to participate in the sector with relatively cheap options, and the announced decarbonization process. This process, in addition to the commitment made by the country, together the government and the power generation companies, was driven also by the increasing demand from the major free market customers who were demanding more green energy, as we saw yesterday in the mining panel. The strong development of renewable energies with a lot of generation in the north of the country has resulted in a major change in the supply structure, with significant challenges, as we will see in the panel discussion. Indeed, some of the challenges we are facing are in regulation, transmission, storage, location, etc. All of this with a huge potential demand due to the eventual development of the green hydrogen industry, as we saw in this morning panel, as well as demand from electric vehicles. These are part of the topics we will address in the following panel. Now, I would like to introduce who are our 3 panelists and the moderator. First, we have the Minister of Energy, Mr. Diego Pardo, who will kick off the panel with a 15-minute presentation. Mr. Pardo is a lawyer from the Universidad of Chile and obtained his master's degree and a PhD from the University of California in Berkeley. Before being appointed minister, Mr. Pardo was executive president of the think tank Espacio Público. Alongside the minister, we have 2 experts and long-time figures in the Chilean energy sector. Mr. Bernardo Larraín, who has dedicated a large part of his career to the sector. Today, Bernardo is the vice president of Colbún and chairman of Pivotes, a public policy think tank. He also was the CEO of Colbún between 2005 and 2012. Bernardo was also chairman of the Industrial Association of Chile, SOFOFA, between 2017 and 2021. We also have Mr. Rafael Mateo, CEO of Acciona Energía, a Spanish energy company with presence in more than 40 countries and one of the largest producers of pure renewable energy in Chile. Rafael is an experienced professional in the renewable energy sector and previously held an important role in Endesa Chile between 2005 and 2009 as managing director of Endesa Generación and CEO of Endesa Chile. So he's very familiar with the sector in Chile. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Randolph Brazier, Global Head of Clean Power Systems, WEC Future Energy Leader, and Advisory Board Member from HSBC. And following Mr. Pardo's 15-minute presentation, Rafael and Bernardo will make a 5-minute presentation before going into the Q&A. So please give a warm welcome to the 3 panelists and the moderator.
we sit? Two in the middle. We two in the middle?
Yeah.
Okay.
You in the middle?
Yeah.
So welcome everyone. I think we're going to start with a presentation from the Minister.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, hello again. Well, I will sit over here. So, I should start saying that where is probably the origin of this conundrum. It's, I would say, twofold. On the one hand, pandemic, and what happened in the chains of supply due to pandemic created two things. On the one hand, increases in prices of fossil fuels, and on the other hand, increases in construction costs. The first increase in fossil fuel prices had an impact on the wholesale market of electricity, and what happened with construction costs had an impact in transmission works. Nowadays, especially in works that are not new lines, but improvements of existing lines, we are about 2/3 of delay in those works. So about 2/3 of the works related to improving transmission lines are delayed substantially. And on the other hand, we have this huge increase in prices of fossil fuels. That means that any imbalances that occurred in the wholesale market, that happened for some time before too, but now, because of this price gap, the impact on the income of generating companies was huge. So this is similar to what other countries faced, but it was, I think, in Chile was particular because the way in which our bidding system works. We have long-term contracts, and these long-term contracts, in many cases, were not able to reward adequately this risk that companies were facing. Of course, in electricity sector, as in many other segments of the energy industry, policies are rather stable. They all come from a set of instruments that put an anchor in energy policies and force us to look at the long term. Those set of policies. And the one in particular that we are implementing as a government is what we call the second stage on energy transition, and our initial agenda for a second stage on energy transition. Why calling it a second stage? You can see there in this graph the participation of each technology. What you have in the horizontal axis is the year. What you have in the vertical axis is the share for each technology. And as you can see, well, early in the 20th century, our country was heavily dependent on hydropower. Then substantial droughts came in at the end of the century, and then you can see a significant investment in thermoelectrical generation. That created a big problem. I would say two big problems. One, that it's related to the communities in which these facilities are located, because thermoelectrical generation, and particularly coal power plants, create local pollutants, and in those communities, those facilities are hugely resisted. And that's, of course, a political problem. And then it created an exposure to international prices. Chile does not produce coal, does not produce natural gas, does not produce diesel. Then this increase in the generation based on fossil fuels created huge source of risk for the country. Then about 2015, it started the first stage of this energy transition towards clean energy, based mainly on photovoltaic and windmills. That was quite successful, as you can see in the graph. It was quite successful. But solar power and wind power, they are both variable. And then if we want to take away the thermal generation, especially phase out coal, then we need to create, that's a technological challenge. We need to find ways in which clean energy also provides the flexibility that coal power plants give to the system. And that's the center of this second stage of energy transition. And we need to find ways of investing in storage and concentrated solar power. If you see the area of those things together is similar to the area of coal. So in order to get rid of coal, we need to find ways of investing in storage and CSP. That's the plan, and that's what second stage means. In order to implement this second stage initial agenda, there's a lot of things that are going on based on regulation. These are just executive orders. But the heart of our initial agenda for the second stage is this energy transition bill that you can find 3 time frames. On the short terms, we need to find ways to give relief to some generators that are having financial stress due to the increase in oil prices. And that's what we call redistribution of congestion rents. That's the short-term measure. In the midterm, we need to increase the investment in storage, and that's why we are pushing a very ambitious agenda to foster investment in storage. And then long-term, from 2030 onwards, then we have new transmission lines coming in, especially Quimallo Aguirre, a big HVDC transmission line that should be in operation by 2030. So those 3 sequential time frames are the ones that we are trying to build with this energy transition bill. I will go quickly on the 2 main pillars of this transmission line, on this transition bill. The first one is congestion rents. The correlation between this increase in oil prices, this created that the congestion rents also increased substantially. And that means that we have a pocket of funds funded by generators that, according to our current rules, are give back to customers. What we are creating is a different set of rules in which, if this is a normal year, such as 2020, then this entire pocket of congestion rents will be given back to customers. But if it is an extraordinary year, then we will do something different, because extraordinary years require extraordinary measures. And then we will split a little bit this fund. Some of it will go to customers, some of it will go to generators. I could go on the specifics of how this redistribution is done, but the essential idea is that by giving some relief to generators, you can avoid 2 things. First, that bankruptcy terminates some quite cheap and efficient contracts, that long-term contracts that enable to supply to customers at a very cheap price, and that has about That's a cost of about $1. And then that the market concentrates itself, and that our bidding mechanism is less competitive, and that we estimated that it will have a cost of about $3. Allocating some of these rents to generators, we will believe it will have a cost of about 2 cents of a dollar in the electricity bill. So what you are changing is 2 cents for avoiding something in the realm of $4. In terms of cost-benefit analysis, this is a very sound mechanism. On the second hand, the second pillar of the transition bill is related to storage. What we did, it was to study which substations require more storage, and we find 5 of them that have more potential for storage. And what we are doing is in those 5 substations, what we will do is to create a 2 layers bidding mechanism. On the one hand, we will bid the infrastructure, and we will award the infrastructure to the operator with the lowest bid. And then we will create a bidding for storage services. And then that will be funded by generators. And then just the difference between the cost of the infrastructure and the demand for the service, it will be what is paid by the end consumers. According to our calculations, this difference will end up with a plus or minus of it's less than a cent of a dollar. And what you save just in technical minimums and ancillary service and other lateral payments is more than that. So then again, this is a very sound policy in terms of cost benefit analysis, because it reduces lateral payments, it reduces curtailment, and also, very important, it reduces emissions. We estimate that with this set of storage mechanisms in place, we will be able to avoid in the window that goes between 2026, which is when these facilities should be in place, and 2030, that it's where our big transmission line should be in place, we will be able to avoid about 11 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions, which is kind of equivalent to a half of what the electric system produces in 1 year. So again, in terms of cost benefits analysis, especially if you are able to internalize the external cost of emission, this is a very sound technical decision. So, and that's the main goal of our energy transition bill. 2 set of policies, both of them are very sound in terms of cost-benefit analysis. One of them addressed to the short-term financial problems that we see some companies are facing, and the other one more to the mid-term lack of investment in storage. We believe that if we put together both of these policies, then the long term of the electric system, it's much more brighter than without them.
Great.
That's it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Minister. That was really useful.
I was on time.
Yeah. Yeah, really useful introductory scene-setting presentation. So now we're going to move into the panel session. I'm going to give a 2-minute introduction on HSBC and what we're doing, and then we're going to hear from our other 2 guests here, and then we're going to move into the Q&A session. I've got a few questions to start with. I've actually got a lot, but I'll stick it to 1 or 2. And then if we've got time at the end, we can try and take a few from the audience as well. So just on me, I'm Randolph. I'm the head of power systems at HSBC. I sit in our global sustainability team. And my role is to ultimately help the bank and our clients achieve their net zero targets and ambitions. At HSBC, we've set a net zero target for 2050 for all of our financed emissions. And we've also set interim 2030 targets for a range of different sectors. So for example, power and utilities, we've set a sector target for to help us get to 2050. We very much believe in working with our clients very closely to help them scale up the types of technologies that the Minister was talking about. And to do that, we've committed up to $1 trillion out to 2030 to help our clients with projects, activities, different technologies like the renewable ones we've seen to help them scale up those. And a good example is actually the Kimal Lo Agire, excuse my pronunciation, HVDC transmission line, 1,500 kilometres, will be the longest in Chile, one of the longest in Latin America. That's something that we're helping to finance at HSBC. So we're really proud of that, and we want to continue to work with customers to accelerate those sorts of projects. I think the other thing that I learnt is that the Chilean system is not too dissimilar from the British one.
Yep.
So a lot of the demand is in the middle, and then you've got renewables at both ends. It's just flipped here where we've got the wind in the north and the sun in the south, obviously, because we're in different hemispheres. But yeah, so we really want to work with all our clients across the whole value chain and across the world. We see that as leveraging our ecosystem is key to rolling out these projects. So really looking forward to exploring some of these topics on the panel. So now we're going to hear 5-minute introductions from our other two panelists, and then we'll get to the questions. So we're going to start with Bernardo.
Thank you very much, Randolph, and congratulations, Minister, for your presentation. Not only this one, but the previous one regarding green hydrogen, which has a lot to do with the debate on this panel, energy. And it's a pleasure, Rafael, to debate with you and that representing a company like Acciona that is doing great things not only in Chile but also in the world in pushing for renewals in our energy matrix. I would like to basically convey four messages that I think are pertinent to the energy debate, which part of it was expressed by the Minister. What are the issues that are being debated in the energy sector, both in Chile and worldwide? The first is that I would say that this Manichaean energy divide that separates traditional companies against, let's say, renewable companies, basically no longer makes sense at all. So there are a lot of traditional companies, let's say, doing a lot of investments in renewables. Actually, Colbún, the company that I am vice chairman of the board of, is building the largest wind farm, wind project in not only in Chile but in Latam. 800 megawatts of installed capacity, more than $1 billion investment. It equivalates to 50% of the wind power that's being built in Chile today. The four of the largest companies in Chile are building probably half of the renewable capacity being built in Chile this year and the next. And the pipelines of projects is also very, very well balanced between, let's say, newcomers and companies that has been in the power sector for a long time. So that divide doesn't make sense. That's a first very important message. And another example, we have 92 clients with renewal certificates. So that means that the source of that power is 100% renewal. And that's been growing very strongly every year. You know, we have contracts, PPA contracts long term with the main mining companies. So we are facilitating the process of decarbonization through, let's say, market sort of decisions. You know, so they call for tenders and we compete for those tenders and we win those contracts, and they are 100% renewals. We've been leaders in issuing carbon bonds. We are mitigating a lot of initiatives. The rugby national team in their trip to Europe, it's been mitigated by carbon bonds of Colbún, as well as the Pan American tournament in Chile next month. So what I mean is that a lot of companies, let's say, of the old guard are doing a lot in terms of renewal. And we are in the same boat with newcomers, which are doing also great things in the energy industry in Chile. So that's the first point. And I think that the debate is not about traditional versus renewals, but the debate is about two ways to see how to basically process and manage risk that are taking place in the transition to a decarbonized economy. And there are two views basically, and that's the second message I want to convey. One view is that risks are better transferred directly through regulatory charges to consumers. And the other view, which is the one I strongly believe, is that the risks are better processed and managed by private enterprises competing in an open market, obviously with a proper regulation. This is a sector that has to be regulated, but still that regulation has to be sensitive to the importance of different companies assuming the risk, managing the risk, and if it goes wrong, well, assume the consequences. If you don't establish that principle, I think it's risky for the long term for the development of the sector. And that's happening in Europe. You know, that graph, the top one, is showing how has changed the spot market price in Europe. So going from, let's say, 50 to 500, and not only that, but also that is affecting prices that customers are paying. So not only you have a very big risk, but that risk is being transferred to customers. So, and that the graph below, the bottom line, which is very stable, is Chile prices. So you see the virtue of having long-term PPAs when power generation companies bear the risks. Obviously, they establish schemes to cover those risks in terms of indexation formulas, in terms of a financial instrument to cover the price risk of natural gas, for instance. You have a very deep financial market if you want to cover that risk, and that's available for everybody. So I would say that the price risk is not easily, but there are a lot of instruments to cover that risk. So it doesn't make sense to transfer that, not to cover it and transfer that directly to customers. So that's my view. So you see that in Europe you have a lot of volatility, and that's been transferred in a very big way to final customers, which is not the case of Chile, which is the bottom line, which is very stable. And so you have some, obviously, price spikes, but nothing to do with Europe. You can see prices moving from, let's say, 100 to 700 euros per megawatt hour. And that's not happening in Chile. So that's why I strongly think that the model that Chile has followed in terms of having long-term PPAs, making power generation companies compete in a market to assume the risk, to bear the risk, to cover them, to manage them, it's a good model. And we shouldn't break that principle when thinking about regulatory evolution going forward. And that's these two views of how to set up a regulatory framework is very pertinent to storage. So storage, you could follow the first route. You can think that storage is part of the transmission network. So basically, companies would invest the capex, they will assume the operating cost, and that's transferred 100% to customers, to consumers. Or you could assume that storage is a service that can be managed by the 150 generation companies that are in Chile now. So look at that number, 150 companies are competing in the generation market today in Chile. So it's a very competitive market, and our view is that storage should be part of that market, and because with storage you can, let's say, do some price arbitration. If there is zero prices in the north, as it is today, and you have higher prices in the south, well, storage would allow you to deal with that unbalance, and that's something that each player has to basically forecast how much value they can basically capture from storage in the market. But as James said before, storage is not yet cost competitive in terms of market price, so it's not enough to put storage in the market. So maybe, and that's I think is the idea of the changes that will be introduced to the bill, to the transition bill, only the balance that you don't capture from the market would be charged to the consumers. And that's a good combination to speed up the storage installation, but keep this market principle of including storage into the basically competition and market. So that's the second message that I want to convey. The third one is that I think that this is very important. We have very ambitious final goals. So we want to be 100% renewable. We want to have a 100% decarbonized economy in year 2050. But more important, the final goals are the different transitions to get there. So are the partial goals and the capabilities and the sort of inputs that are required to get that goal. So for me, that's very, very important. I think if you see the case of Europe, I'm sure that they are sort of having second thoughts of not investing enough in, let's say, backup natural gas facilities, in not having infrastructure to import natural gas instead of relying 100% on Russia. So a lot of things that were decided, I think, in Europe, maybe they would have decided otherwise is if companies would have bared the risk and cope with them and make solutions for us basically cover those risks. So the volatility you are seeing in Europe is partly because of that, because you could have some alternatives to basically stabilize prices, as we have in Chile. So transitions, partial goals, enabling capabilities are very important. So, and in this sense, I think when I talk about partial goals, I think I'm talking about, let's say, green hydrogen. It's obviously we may think that in year 2040, 2050, Chile may be exporting, I don't know, 20 million tons in terms of ammonia. But it's much more important to put a different goal, which is basically how many projects in the next 2 years are close to investment decisions. So, and that's why I like to be more concrete when you talk about potential of Chile. You may say that we have 50 projects in different phases of development, but that's, when you talk about projects under development, it's a very big basket, you can put anything there. The real thing is how many projects are to be able to have an investment decision in 1 or 2 years. That should be the goal, and not sort of dreaming about these millions of projects, navigating around, that none of them has even an environmental impact study approved. And according to the previous panel, maybe in year 2024 or 2025, we will have to see the first investment decisions be taken. Otherwise, we will be late. And we still have the whole permitting process, in between. So we have to think about these very concrete, more short-term goals, which obviously have to correlate with a very ambitious long-term road. And the last message I want to convey is that Chile is a great place to invest in renewables, in green hydrogen, and still is. There might be problems today because of the volatility, but the investment being taken by both companies that has been in Chile for a long time and newcomers reflects that it's a very good place to invest. And there is a ranking which is there, just released, that Chile gains some places, so now it's number 14. And to really become the undisputed leader, I think there are some sort of cross-cutting challenges that have to be addressed. And one of those is basically modernizing, expediting the whole permitting process. So if we really want to see final investment decision being taken in 1 or 2 years' time in green hydrogen, in renewable projects, etc., in lithium as well, there's no way around but to basically sort of expedite the permitting process. And because, a few weeks ago, the CEO of Siemens was in Chile, and he told us the following in terms of green hydrogen, for example. You will not be able to compete with the US in terms of subsidies, in terms of tax break. That's completely impossible. You will be losing your money if you put that, on the table. You will, and where can you compete? You have the natural resources. You have the competitiveness, so green hydrogen produced in Chile will be competitive in Europe, Japan, and the other markets that will be net importers. But you really have to make a difference in the timeline, in the time for FID. And that's, I think, we have to have a big work on that, because we are not there. We're not there. So if you think that none of the green hydrogen projects is still in the system for getting the environmental permit, and if you assume that an environmental permit would take 10 years, as is taken now for desalination plants, well, you will not get there. You will not see final investment decisions taken in year 2025, 2026. So that's completely essential. We have to offer players not subsidies, because the US is many times what we can do. You have to offer things, expedite permitting processes, and once you get the permit, you have to offer them the sort of rule of law that support that permit. And those two things are not there yet in Chile. So those are my 4 messages that I wanted to convey.
No, that's really good. Thanks, Bernardo. I couldn't agree more on the permitting. That's a common theme that we're hearing globally. You know, all countries are struggling with this, not just for the renewable plants, but for the grids as well. And building out the grid is a huge challenge. Okay, so last but not least, let's hear from Rafael.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation for being here in this Chile Day in London. It's a big pleasure for me to share with the Minister, with my friend and colleague Bernardo, about the Chilean market and the Chilean situation. Let me briefly introduce Acciona Energía as a company. We are a global company just operating renewables, top 1 green utility in the world today, operating 13 gigawatts, 20 countries, all the clean technologies, wind, solar, biomass, green hydrogen. We are producing today already green hydrogen, supplying 24 terawatt hours, something to feed 30 million people in all the continents, and going to Chile more than 30 years in the country, with more than 6,000 employees, not just in energy, infrastructure, construction, desalinization, water treatment, airport handling, very committed with the country, no doubt, not just the company. Personally, myself, I'm very proud of being Chilean, in all my children. Very committed because we believe in the solidity of the regulatory bodies and the institutional activities in the country. Today, we have invested in the Chilean market 1 billion in renewables. We are not operating just pure renewables. We are carbon neutral 6 years ago, no emission. We are in all the technologies, but our company doesn't have fossil legacy. We are not emitting 1 gram of CO2. Invested in Chile today, 1 billion, and developing more for the future. So let me say that we are also participating in a small, mid-size 10 megawatts electrolysis project in Quintero, another 20 megawatts electrolyzer project in Antofagasta, Mejillones area. And we are part also, the group is part of the Frontera project in Magallanes. Is huge wind project, 1,000 megawatts in order to produce green hydrogen and ammonia to be exported to Europe. So same in offshore. We are developing some offshore project in Chile. Someone can think, okay, offshore is not the moment, but probably the situation in Chile, I was living in Chile many years, and the situation for the lines is not easy. So probably it's not easy to put the generation close to the consumption. The offshore 10, 15 kilometers from the coast in some areas, in the 5th, on the 8th region, could be easier, high load factor. We are starting with the development of offshore because probably in the life we will see offshore also in the market. But Chile is an island, so there is many islands in the world in terms of energy. Spain is almost an island. And Chile is not having local fossil resources. As an island, is importing all the local resources. And we are living now in the market today a big contradiction. We are importing 20 billions of fossil fuels per year. Let me say better, we are burning 20 billions every year, $55 million each day, burning 20 millions, while at the same time we are not using the full capacity installed in renewables. We are living in a contradiction because we have some disruption or some distortions in the market. Chile today is not an isolated case, same Europe, same Spain, same Germany, in the mistake of depending on a product that Chile doesn't have. It was a mistake in many countries to base the transition in a product that we don't have, that is the natural gas. The case in Chile is the second time. So 20 years ago, we lost all the volume. Today, we increase the cost, but Chile doesn't have gas, and the transition is based in something that we don't have. So we need to do something to avoid or to reduce the dependency. Chile is a very dependent country. To reduce the dependency, there is just one solution: the use of the local energy natural resources, wind, hydro, solar, hydrogen produced with local green solar or wind or hydro. There is no doubt about no plan B, so no more coal in the future, no more gas in the future, except in the gas producers, no more nuclear, so the only solution is more renewables. Renewables are offering stability of prices, affordability of prices, and clean. So the future is renewable. The discussion is when the future comes. It's a local decision, it's a country decision. It depends on when the country likes to be independent. It depends on when the country likes to be clean. But to burn the money that we don't have, losing renewables that are installed, is a crime under the economical or environmental point of view. We are living today in Chile a very extraordinary situation. I fully agree with Bernardo. The companies are managing the risk. I always say that the most difficult risk to manage is the regulatory risk, because all the rest of the market risk, the companies have tools, financial tools, or PPAs, or many kind of procedures to avoid the risk. But we are not in a normal situation in Chile, and let me talk about 4 points that they are making some distortion in the market. First, delay in lines. More than 7 years of delay in lines. I remember, because I was attending many of the meetings in the road shows 10 years ago, where the Chilean government was looking for investors in renewables, almost promising enough capacity of transmission lines, sufficient transmission lines, and even a nodal market, so with not the decoupling. Lines are not there, so we are in an extraordinary situation that we need to resolve. As a consequence, we are wasting renewables that are installed, because 40–50% of the energy that could be supplied from the north is not arriving to the consumption. Second point that is important: extraordinary price of fuel, of gas, because the war of Ukraine. The Argentina case 20 years ago was extraordinary in the Regulator Act, and as a consequence, Chile modified very fast the composition of the energy matrix. Now we are in a complicated situation, because Chile is importing. Chile doesn't have power of negotiation in the international gas market, and is suffering the prices that Chile is not, is a price taker. Let me have a very clear example. Past week in Europe, in an announcement of a failure in a LNG facility in Australia, increased the price in Spain, and Spain never used gas coming from Australia, but is the risk of being in an open international market. And now Chile is suffering a very high price, and this is not a normal situation. This is extraordinary. Third, regulation. There is a case that is not so clear. Renewables are selling the electricity at no price, zero. This is not so clear, because transition means economy, job creation, GDP, but selling at zero is not possible to create jobs. It's not possible to pay salaries. So this is a distortion of the market. Renewables that are making a positive contribution, they are not polluting, they are receiving zero. And fossil plants that they are making a negative contribution in terms of environmental issues, they are receiving the full cost. And the rule globally is who pollute pay, but not the opposites. And let me talk about the fourth distortion, that is dispatching. Maybe we were in the past the coordinator, or the national energy coordinator, or the operator, or the TSO was responsible of the security of dispatching. But now it's not enough. we are living in a trilemma. Trilemma means security, affordability, and clean. So security is not the priority. Probably the priority is a mix in between the three. And for that, we need to modernize the criteria of the dispatching. Nothing is inflexible in the life. Renewables are not inflexible, gas is not inflexible, combined cycle are not inflexible, even nuclear are not inflexible. So we are in an extraordinary situation with some distortion in the market, and as a consequence of the distortion, the regulator needs to act. When the things are not rolling naturally, it's an obligation of the regulator, it's an obligation of the government, Mr. Minister, to act, to change the rules, to promote a new law. So we are supporting the new law because if we are wasting renewables, we need storage. If no one is installing storage, the government needs to promote storage. We as a company, we are operating storage. We are operating the biggest battery in Texas, 200 megawatts. We are close to announce a huge deal here in the UK with batteries, a similar market to the Chilean, renewables in the north, wind, consumption in the center, and we are probably next week announcing with the announcement of huge deal in storage. Storage will be part, it's not still cheap, but it's part of it will be in the future, but it's necessary. Solar without storage is nothing. Wind without storage is nothing. Storage has existed always. The coal piles in the coal power stations are storage, or the dams are storage. So we are supporting the necessity of installing storage. There are different cases. Regulated tolling, arbitrage, offering ancillary services. It depends on the markets, it depends on the moments. But to start, someone has to push. In our standing, this is the government obligation. This is my intervention by now. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafael. I'm glad you mentioned the energy trilemma. The name of this session is the power system conundrum, and I think it goes back to the energy trilemma, trying to balance cost, emissions, and security and resilience of the grid. I think we heard quite a few challenges there around grid, storage, intermittency, etc. I'll go through each of you. What additional solutions? So we've heard what the minister's told us, what the Chilean government's doing to solve some of these issues. What is the key next step, do you think, to solve some of these challenges? Let's start with the minister.
So my time is not up. Now, a couple of things I would say. The key is to find a way of conserving efficient contracts that are now at risk and investing in more storage. I think those are the two pillars for what we need at this moment. I fully agree with Rafael that we need to reduce dependency on fossil fuels. This is a matter of both sustainability, security, and affordability. I mean, clean energy hits the three buckets of the trilemma, especially in a place like Chile, in which we have abundant natural resources, but we have zero capacity for producing fossil fuels. But I mean, transmission lines and linear infrastructure everywhere takes time. I mean, take a look at the last reports by the US, and they are way behind us even. And transmission lines take a lot of time everywhere. Batteries, on the other hand, are modular equipment that it's easier to deploy. And I agree, we have to do better in terms of permitting, especially non-environmental permitting, but at least in batteries we are doing it. When we launched it a month ago, this package of measures to foster the investment in storage, we took care of the permitting and the deployment of batteries is not going to need to go through the impact assessment for environmental purposes. And the use of public land will be facilitated, so we are working on all those issues. And that's one of the pillars, right? The fostering investment in storage is a critical. We're also creating special rules for payments on capacity, and we hope that, and we are open to discuss how the tender has to work. But I think we will be able to provide a solution in that regard. On this other pillar of conserving existing supply contracts that are efficient to consumers, I think in that I think we have a difference. Because I don't think this is a matter of principles. Of course, it has some principles on it. I mean, we can talk a lot about whether this is a symmetrical risk or an asymmetrical risk, and what are the better framework for providing this. I mean, our solution is based on these principles of standard market design that were developed in the US. You can try to build something different from other sources of regulation, but the relevant question here is a very simple one. We have these windfall profits, if you want to put it that way, these congestion rents that are extraordinary, that are of about, in last year, of about $200 million. So you have those congestion rents that are extraordinary. And you have basically two possibilities. You can give it entirely back to consumers, or you can split it between consumers and generators. And the answer to that question is not a matter of principles, it's a matter of evidence. And what we need to see is the cost-benefit analysis behind it. We believe that if you give it entirely to consumers, then you will have some contracts that will be terminated by bankruptcy, and you will have concentration in future bids. And if you add up all those costs, it's about 10 to 15 times more than the cost of the measure. I will be happy to see what your numbers are, because this is not a discussion of principles, this is a discussion of evidence. And if you come up with a cost-benefit analysis that says that this set of policies are more costly than beneficial, then I will happy to change of horse and find something different. But we did this cost-benefit analysis internally in the ministry, but we also, with external consultant, we find the finest academic experts in order to make this calculation, and we are really sure that that the cost-benefit analysis is properly done. So again, you can try to say that this is a matter of principles, and of course it has some ideology on it, but ultimately it's a very simple question. What do you do with this windfall congestion rents? How do you divide it between customers and generators, and what's the most beneficial way of going about that issue? And I think our solution and the cost-benefit analysis that we made is laying there, and to me is very compelling, at least.
Well, I think the first thing we have to do is to basically produce a correct diagnosis. If you don't have a good diagnosis, you will not have good solutions. And let me briefly touch on that. First of all, Ukraine affects fuel prices. They were affected at the end of the 2000s, where basically I was the CEO of Colbún, and we have to absorb that price volatility. And we have to negotiate with clients, but there was no value transfer from the clients to the generators. The generators absorb the risk and absorb the consequences of the decision they've taken. And that's when I talk about principle, principle is not a synonymous of ideology. The market design has to be set based on principles.
Yeah, right.
And that's not ideology. That's nothing to do with principles. So first of all, the price volatility, it's been always there due to grain, due to whatever. The price of gas has been higher than the consequence what was the price because of grain. And everybody is dealing with that. You cannot argue that was an exogenous risk that has to be, that comes from the ceiling, you know, from the I don't know where, exogenous and unpredictable. So always has been the case. And that's why when we enter into contract with final clients, we obviously set up indexation formulas. We go to the financial markets to cover those risks. Who can say that you cannot cover the risk of price volatility of fuels? It's the deepest market in the world, you know, so that's not the case. So volatility of prices of fuels, I wouldn't say it's an exogenous risk. Secondly, renewals are selling at zero. That's not correct, Rafael. Renewals are selling at the price you enter into with clients. The zero cost is the marginal spot price. And in any market, when you have a situation of excess supply, no transmission, no capacity to export, let's say, and no capacity to store, the price will be zero. That's economy 1.0. Regardless of if the regulatory framework for marginal spot market, it's cost audited or auctions. We are very happy to enter into that discussion. But you build your projects based on PPAs with final clients, and that's the way you recover your investment. Now, if a company sets up a capacity in one region and enter into contracts in another region, that's a risk that the company is taking. We are not doing that, for instance. Every time we go into a contract with BHP, with Collahuasi, we develop a portfolio of projects around that area, because everybody knows, it's always been known, as you said, Minister, that transmission is lagging behind generation. You cannot assume that this highway is going to be there. Transmission, it doesn't appear, you know, from one day to another. Everybody knows when, from year 2015, that we will not have enough transmission to evacuate the millions of megawatts installed in the north. So if that signal was there, you know, in all the companies, we would have basically installed renewable capacity all around the country, not concentrated in one area of the country. So that's another risk that some companies took, and some other companies didn't take. So there are 150 companies in Chile competing, and only 3 are arguing that there are not many the ones that receive the monies that will be transferred from clients to these few companies. Only the companies that has a deficit will receive that transfer. In Colbún, we don't have an interest on this discussion. We will not be benefit nor damage on this discussion about transferring money from the clients to the generation companies. But the companies that will receive this money is only those that has a deficit. Is that a right signal? That companies that have a deficit, you know, will receive, you know, a transfer from the clients? This is not a windfall profit. This is monies that are by law that correspond to consumers. It's not that this windfall is being captured by some generators. It's 100% being received by consumers. If you were sort of discussing this regulatory framework ex ante, very happy to enter into that discussion. Maybe it's good to have a mix of some, let's say, risk being transferred directly to customers and some other being absorbed by generators. But this is not the case. You are doing a change afterwards. The risks were taken. So some companies didn't do well, and then you are presenting a bill to transfer some monies from clients. By law, that those monies correspond to clients, that those windfall. And why? Because clients are financing the whole transmission system. If there is money in the transmission business, it has to be captured by clients, by consumers who are financing 100% of transmission systems. So that's why we feel that, again, it's very important for the long term. And actually the model of Chile to have PPAs, which are long terms, which basically allow you to basically invest in projects, to do project financing, it's been basically a reference to the changes in the regulatory framework in Spain, in Brazil. And now here we are saying it's not so good, because maybe it's better to basically quantify the risk and transfer directly to clients. And not always, only when the crisis materialize. Is that a good principle for regulatory design? I think not. I think I'm very clear on this. And that's why we approach the debate from that perspective, saying its system is more healthy. You can basically have the illusion, let's say, of having very low prices because all the risks were transferred to the clients directly. But you talk to clients, they are paying now $30 in charges last year, now it's 22. From this, what they call the systemic cost. All these things that are transferred directly to final customers. So they are getting close to the amount they're paying for generation. And that's why they are becoming worried. So Chile it's very important for our mining industry, from our lithium industry, to be very competitive. It's not free, you know, that they are sort of paying charges of $30 of what they call this big bag of, let's say, systemic cost. Because all those are things which are transferring directly to customers. And therefore, that's why I think it's very important to put this place. Maybe this redirection of these incomes that basically belong to clients, it's not a big thing. Maybe it's transitory, but watch out, you know. So it's very important that companies absorb the risk, process the risk, manage the risk. If they think that the price of gas is going to go up for whatever reason, it's gone up many times in the last 20 years for different reasons, at levels higher than what we've seen today. That's why you have, you know, financial instrument, and we every year in Colbún, we set a policy to cover those price volatility. It's not always perfect. We absorb losses. But in general, in the long run, it makes sense, you know. So that's the kind of thing. I don't want the market for generation to become a fully regulated infrastructure market. That's not good for clients. It's better, you know, for the market in Chile. And you see the result, basically. You see the volatility in Europe and the prices that final clients are paying. It's higher than Chile. Why we want to go in that direction, you know, where many charges are charged directly to clients? And we have a higher share of renewals in Chile. And we've done so, you know, with no subsidies, with no special regulation, with no transferring of risk from generators to consumers once the risk is realized. If you want to make a design ex ante to redistribute risk, that's a great discussion, but not after the risk realized. I think that's not a good principle.
Rafael, I'm not sure where we're at with time, but just quickly.
I don't know exactly how to start, but.
I see you furiously writing notes there. What's your view on this risk sharing?
No, that's clear. Its company is responsible of the risk. So we are a public company listed in the Madrid Stock Exchange.
And the risk of delaying transmission network.
Yeah, but
would you not say that it was foreseen 10 years ago?
This is a political issue. I'm going to go to this point. In terms of managing the risk, all the companies, all the serious companies, have their own system of managing the risk. So we have a very sophisticated tool. We are a company with rating. The rating agencies are asking every month about our contracts. And we have a policy, 80-20, 80-75-25 of our P50 production needs to be contracted globally. It depends, we are managing the different markets, the different countries, but we have internal rules in order to take our risk under control. And talking about competitiveness, the most expensive price today in the Chilean market are the contracts that are linked to the fossil fuels, because the contracts that are linked to renewables or to the CPI are in the lower prices. But we are in an extraordinary situation that is not new. Probably it was a lack of responsibility of the last government, the last governments, to maintain the open access, don't having transmission. Maybe in order to analyze the curtailment, some kind of first in, first out procedure should be operating, but the situation was, okay, come on, investors, because this is the most attractive market to invest in renewables, but there is no transmission. This is not responsibility of the companies. This is the responsibility of the country, of the government, of the different governments. This is one, the past, and the past. Because there were lying or not promising exactly the correct solution. And today, because you agree, when Acciona came to the Chilean market to invest in renewables, 10 years ago, we were the first company going into the market. There was enough transmission for us and for the rest. There are no transmission for the last one, for the company that is coming yesterday. But at the end, when we are talking about curtailment, the curtailment is for everybody. So we need to clarify, because we are suffering an extraordinary situation and we need extraordinary solution. The law is not flexible, it's not written in stone. Let me talk about the congestion rents. Belongs to the consumer the normal level of congestion rents. But with the congestion rents are extraordinary, for the consumer it's a windfall profit.
And the consumers?
For the consumer it is a windfall profit.
Which is a good thing.
I don't know, because for someone could be a windfall loss. So we need to consider that the consumers are receiving a windfall profit, extraordinary, and some companies in the market are having a windfall losses. And let me say about the investment destination. So in the last 2 years, there was a banker here, in the last 2 years, no project finance in Chile. Yesterday, IHS published a list of the loss of attractiveness to invest in renewable. Brazil, Chile, Turkey was losing attractiveness because today there is no more room to invest in renewables unless more batteries or unless more lines. We have seen, the minister explained before, that the Quimal-Lo Aguirre line is coming in 30x. So no more investment without lines, no more investment with batteries. Line is not coming suddenly. So the solution is to invest in batteries. But this debate is not in between traditional or modern. There is a debate, even it's not a debate in between technologies, this is the classical debate. Companies that needs to protect the legacy assets as much as they can, or companies without legacy assets that are coming into the market. So I was let me say, I was past week in Madrid in the panel with all the oil and gas company. All of them, oil and gas company, were green. Okay, the transition, but please, very slow transition. So at the end, depends of what the market decide. Independency and climate change. It's a local decision. We are just investors. The capital is going into the best market to invest. We are investing here in UK, in Australia, in India, in South Africa, even in Spain. In Chile, we have projects in the future, but the capital is looking for the best attractive market. So today, without more lines, without more storage, it's very difficult to invest in renewables.
Can I just
I want to say something too. I think it's my turn.
Only one thing. I don't know
more renewables.
I don't know any country in the world that could say that in the next 5 years would not have any natural gas in their matrix. Even Europe is considering natural gas as a renewable source of power because they acknowledge, even ideally you would have natural gas locally, but Chile could not basically opt out tomorrow from natural gas. So I can take myself a picture saying I close all the natural gas facilities, but somebody else is going to operate them because they are needed in the system. And that's a clear, and no country has managed, unless I am wrong, to not have natural gas in the next 5 years.
Before moving to our next topic, I would like to say couple of things because I didn't want to interrupt you when you were talking. The first thing is that this fund for congestion rents does not come from customers. It comes from generators. It is funded by imbalances between injection and withdrawals.
Who's receiving them?
Okay, I didn't interrupt.
No, just I'm asking you.
Yeah, can I go with it? Sure. Okay, so the money comes from generators. So the question is where to allocate it. And we have a current rule. What we are saying is that our current rule works good for ordinary years. You have some extraordinary years in which we should have a different rule. And this different rule, that is, and this is the second thing I want to correct you, this is not retroactive, this is for the future, in which we have to discuss for extraordinary years what to do with this amount of money. We believe that it is better to split it between customers and companies for a very simple reason. Because in the short term, you have a bigger probability of keeping efficient and cost-efficient contracts. And in the long term, because you will have a healthier industrial composition, more heterogeneous. And maybe in this we don't agree, because from what I see from you is that you believe that this is a wrong signal, that we have that will create some harm in the long term on the composition of the industry. Great, but you have to measure it, because we measure it, and after we measure it, we compare the cost and benefit, and we believe that it's 10 times more the benefits than the costs. If you can come out with a number that says that industrial organization will be worse, and the costs are larger than the benefits, then happy to discuss it. But then again, it's not a matter of abstract principles, it's a matter of very concrete numbers.
Yeah. I think we're going to have to, I think it's lunchtime.
Sorry.
I mean, this was a great debate. I mean, these are really challenging questions, but getting this right is essential, because it's the electricity system that's going to do most of the heavy lifting for reducing emissions. And I think something we can all agree on is that any sort of policy or regulatory design needs to be based on taking a systems approach, thinking about the whole energy system from end to end, generation, transmission and distribution, and demand. We didn't even really touch on demand and how actually that can play a big role as well. But thank you very much, everyone. It was a fantastic debate. We could be here for hours.
Well, thank you all for your presence, and a special thank to our distinguished panelists and the moderator. Let's give them another round of warm applause. Now we'll have a networking lunch, and we'll ask you to be here back at 3 p.m. for the political session, where we have two senators from Chile, Senator Paulina Bodanovich and Senator Rodrigo Galilea. So see you here back at 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the next and almost last segment of our conference. Now I am delighted to introduce our next panel is Politics, Chile's Moment. The idea of having a panel like this started a few years ago, and actually now is one of the most demanded panels from the audience, because the opportunity to have Chilean politics from different sides speaking about their views on the current moment is something very unique. Actually, as a group was discussing last night at the bar, there are just a few countries where you can have politics from different sides in an educated conference that you might debate, you might challenge, but speaking in a good tone and not in a formal debate. And we have the opportunity to have that here. So we're very happy to introduce our two distinguished guests, Senator Paulina Bodanovich and Senator Rodrigo Galilea. Also, Senator Galilea was just elected chairman of Renovación Nacional. For those of you that are not from Chile, Renovación Nacional is one of the main political parties in Chile. So congratulations, Rodrigo. Guiding this discussion, we have the privilege of having with us Christopher Sabatini. Christopher is a senior fellow researcher in the Latin America, US, and Americas program of Chatham House, who will be the moderator of the panel. If I say something wrong, you can correct me, okay? Get ready for a conversation that we hope that will be provoking. We'll shed a light on Chile's current moment and the importance of what the politicians are doing now for what's coming, not in the future, what's coming now, because Chile is a very interesting moment now regarding politics. Finally, before we start, this panel will take place in Spanish. So any one of you who need translation, please raise your hand, point behind. There will be people that can give you anything required to have the translation. ¿Ok? Y ahora yo me doy el gusto de hablar en español por primera vez acá. Así que, bienvenidos. Gracias por estar aquí. Y ustedes tienen, the floor is yours to start. So, adelante.
Gracias. Y también, como yo voy a hablar en español y no es mi lengua nativa, si necesitan traducción para entender mi español, está ahí atrás. Quiero agradecer la invitación de estar aquí con ustedes. Es un gran honor para un país que amo mucho, que respeto mucho y que creo que todavía tiene muchas ventajas y estamos aquí no para hablar sobre los desafíos, sino cómo se puede, entre dos panelistas muy importantes para esta discusión, hablar cómo se puede moverse adelante en algunos temas. Lo que voy a hacer es empezar con dos preguntas sobre la política actual. Es verdad, es innegable que Chile ha sido, o el éxito de Chile en los últimos 23 años, ha sido, 33 años, ha sido el consenso político en la concertación, pero también en la opinión popular. Lo vimos en la política de economía, en la política social, en la política extranjera, pero desde afuera parece que ese consenso se ha quebrado. Estamos no solamente en términos de la fragmentación partidaria, pero también en la opinión pública. Citando dos cuestiones pendientes ahora, hablando como senadores o como presidente de su partido, Rodrigo, ¿cómo ven ustedes la posibilidad de un resultado exitoso sobre la reforma tributaria en Chile?
Bueno,
Paulina, empezamos contigo.
Gracias. Muy buenas tardes. Creo que la forma en que se ha desarrollado la discusión de la reforma tributaria es aquella que nos permite tener esperanza en que tengamos un buen resultado. Es proponer algo que se le ha llamado el pacto tributario. Y se ha criticado bastante esto de que sea un pacto, porque un pacto es un acuerdo de voluntades, y aquí todavía no hay un acuerdo. Pero yo tomo esto como un pacto que es como una oferta, poner a disposición de todos los incumbentes una propuesta que puede ser corregida, mejorada, pero que sin duda requiere de los consensos. Tú decías, los mejores años de Chile fueron aquellos donde hubo acuerdo. Y la verdad es que la política hoy día dista mucho de aquello, pero creo que los acuerdos tienen que ser sobre las políticas. En inglés distinguen la palabra muy claramente, en castellano es la misma palabra, ¿no? Por lo tanto, si tenemos acuerdos en las políticas, y particularmente en materia tributaria, en materia de desarrollo económico, donde nuestro país necesita mostrar lo que ha sido su historia, que es de dar certezas a los inversionistas, de mostrar una estabilidad financiera, lo dijo el ministro Marcel ayer. Bueno, nuestra macroeconomía marcha bien, él pudo controlar la inflación, hay también una preocupación hoy día por el crecimiento económico de parte del Ministerio de Hacienda, y creo que todo aquello debiera hacernos conversar, y por eso creo que estas instancias son muy buenas, porque muchos han dicho acá, nos han dicho, ojalá este clima que se vive aquí también se replicara en Chile. Y creo que esa es finalmente la posibilidad que nos ofrece hoy día el momento político chileno, que está convulso, que no estamos exentos todos de ciertas discusiones y de distintas miradas, pero donde también las necesidades de nuestra ciudadanía, que son mucho mayores, y también lo decía ayer el ministro Marcel, ya no es solo la presión de las clases más populares, sino que también hay una presión de la clase media por mejores políticas sociales, y por lo tanto hay un desafío para nuestro país en cómo incrementar nuestros ingresos, que no necesariamente pasan solo por cambiar la carga tributaria. De manera tal que creo que este ambiente, y lo hemos hablado también con Rodrigo, en el Senado todavía, en nuestro Senado de la República, se mantiene un ambiente de diálogo y de conversación, que es también el que quisiéramos transmitir, aunque no sea tal vez tan popular en las redes sociales, a ser personas que podemos todavía dialogar.
Rodrigo.
Bueno, en el tema pacto fiscal, o como se le quiera llamar, nosotros pensamos de que tiene que tener una mirada o abordar una temática bastante más amplia que impuestos, ¿ya? Porque estamos en el país estancados en esta que se le llama trampa del país de los ingresos medios, que como que no encontramos la manera de dar el salto hacia adelante. Y por lo tanto tenemos que encontrar mecanismos amplios que de alguna manera generen la posibilidad de que el país así como que se despercuda, no sé si conoce esa palabra, pero que se sacuda, y logre dar un salto consensuado en una determinada cantidad de políticas que permita que el país retome lo que toda una generación, en particular mi generación, la generación de la Paulina, le tocó vivir. Yo ingresé al mundo laboral el año 90 y por tanto viví los 30 años de oro, los viví y era muy notorio. Creo que la Paulina también y buena parte de los asistentes vivimos un país en que era muy notorio cómo se lograba progresar. Eso se interrumpió de manera muy dura, trayendo las frustraciones que hemos conocido, que generaron, entre otras cosas, una mirada muy crítica a lo que había pasado en los 30 años anteriores, porque finalmente empezó un círculo vicioso. Por lo tanto, ver un sistema tributario que sea un impulso de inversión y crecimiento, modificación, creo yo, que es ineludible del rol del aparato fiscal. Hoy día el Estado de Chile no es un amigo del emprendimiento, de la innovación. Hoy día interactuar con el Estado de Chile en casi todo es como entrar en una especie de telaraña de la cual uno nunca sabe cómo, ni cuándo, ni dónde va a salir. El estatuto administrativo, probablemente hay que hacer algo ahí. Yo sé que es muy popular, que para cualquier gobierno es muy difícil interactuar ahí, pero resulta y es evidente de que eso ha hecho crisis. Para los funcionarios públicos no sienten ningún compromiso en cómo le va al país, ni hay nada que en su renta, en su desarrollo, no hay nada que signifique cómo lo hace, cómo es su carrera. Todos sabemos que la calificación de los empleados públicos en Chile, todos tienen un promedio, a lo mejor alguien se acuerda, creo que es 6,8 de promedio en que se autocalifican, y evidentemente eso no es así. Hay razones por las cuales se llegó a eso, pero finalmente es algo que ya no está funcionando. Se agotó ese modelo de gestión del aparato público. Entonces, si hay algo que yo pudiera rescatar del intento de hacer un pacto, es que tiene que mirar y abordar una serie de factores, la permisología, la carrera funcionaria, impuestos o sistemas tributarios que sean incentivadores del crecimiento del emprendimiento, en fin, todo eso hay que visitarlo, revisitarlo con una mirada amplia, sin ojalá ningún prejuicio, pero tenemos que ser capaces de que Chile vuelva a salir de esto. Y dentro de eso, probablemente ciertos consensos políticos, ayer en el LCI se habló, el presidencialismo combinado con un sistema electoral como el que tenemos, simplemente no funciona. Se están haciendo, ahí Klaus ayer reclamó amargamente de que nadie lo había, o sea, todos lo escucharon, pero nadie le hizo caso, a él y a otras personas más. Bueno, hoy día el proceso constitucional está tratando también de abordar eso a través de límites o castigos a los partidos chicos que no obtienen ciertos porcentajes de votos, que los obliga o a fusionarse o simplemente tienen que desaparecer, no tienen representación, en fin, hay que encontrar una manera de funcionar. Los sistemas presidencialistas funcionan bien con sistemas binominales, no creo que volvamos para allá, quizás uninominales como es Estados Unidos, pero con un sistema político fragmentado simplemente no trabajan. Entonces hay que volver a sentarse con una mirada amplia para efectivamente generar las condiciones para que este país vuelva a tener el impulso que tuvo desde los años 90.
Iba a pasar a otras preguntas, pero quiero volver a ese tema ahora, aprovechar de lo que mencionaste, Rodrigo. Lo que está enfrentando Chile ahora no es novedoso, digamos, en la región, en Colombia, en Perú, en Ecuador, incluso ahora en Argentina, pero en otro contexto, a esa fragmentación partidista que está debilitando la capacidad de gobernar y, diría yo, se refleja el desgaste popular sobre los partidos políticos y la clase política. Empezando con esta pregunta, voy a preguntarte a ti primero, Paulina. ¿Tú crees que esos cambios institucionales en el marco electoral, en el marco institucional, puede ayudar, facilitar la reconstrucción de un centro en el sistema político chileno?
Te voy a contestar enseguida, pero quiero hablar un poquito de lo que dijo Rodrigo.
No, es un debate entre ustedes.
Sí, es que, mira, creo que yo estoy muy de acuerdo en lo que ha dicho Rodrigo. De hecho, en el almuerzo estuvimos conversando con el embajador ante la OCDE por la modernización del Estado. Creo que es un desafío que es de país Y es cierto que es impopular, pero nosotros tenemos que tomar aquello, porque la verdad es que el aparato público chileno está muy retrasado respecto de lo que son las necesidades de hoy día. Entonces yo coincido con todo lo que dijo Rodrigo. Ahora, hay que leer la reforma, porque la reforma trae todo eso. ¿Ah? No trae aumento tributario, trae una baja de la carga tributaria, trae modernización del Estado, incorpora una fórmula especial para incentivar a las pequeñas empresas. Entonces creo que tenemos que sentarnos a ver realmente el contenido de esta reforma para hacerla viable, sobre todo por los objetivos que persigue, que son de ciertos derechos sociales que son muy necesarios en Chile y que son también causa y explican parte del descontento ciudadano. Y esto lo asocio con lo que dices tú. No sé si basta acuerdos del sistema político para mejorar el funcionamiento de un país. Por cierto, puede ayudar que haya acuerdos, pero también los acuerdos deben reflejar a la sociedad. Hoy día tenemos una crisis en la democracia representativa, tenemos una crisis importante en aquello, las personas no se sienten mayoritariamente identificadas con los partidos políticos y por lo tanto también hay un desafío desde la presidencia de nuestros partidos, cómo tú logras identificar a esas personas que se identifiquen con lo que tu partido representa o al revés, cómo vamos nosotros haciéndonos cargo de las necesidades de la sociedad. Mi partido, que es el Partido Socialista, nació hace 90 años como el partido de los trabajadores manuales e intelectuales, así señalaba sus estatutos. Y hoy día uno se pregunta, ¿esos trabajadores de hace 90 años son los mismos trabajadores? ¿Tienen las mismas necesidades? ¿Tenemos que proteger desde el Partido Socialista los mismos derechos que se protegían hace 90 años? La emergencia de nuevas tecnologías, de las fórmulas de trabajo hoy día, el teletrabajo, bueno, todo eso nos desafía también como partido político a actualizarnos y no seguir solo en la consigna de hace 90 o 50 años, porque claramente también ahí hay algo. Entonces, el tema constitucional, por cierto que puede colaborar y ayudar, pero también hay un desafío desde los propios partidos políticos a buscar causas que sean generales, porque también tenemos en Chile partidos que son más pequeños o no tan pequeños, pero que van a causas muy identitarias y que con un sistema de voto obligatorio como el que volvemos a tener ahora después de, no sé, 15 años, ¿cuántos años? 12 años que llevamos con el voto voluntario, también hacen que nuestros partidos tengan un nuevo desafío.
Te voy a preguntar lo mismo, pero Paulina, un poco de seguimiento. ¿Cómo cree? Porque, como dice siempre mi amigo Andrés Velasco, la narrativa sobre las protestas de 2019 fue que la pobreza, pero no es verdad, la pobreza se ha bajado a partir de 90, desde 40 hasta 8% de la población, pero sí había un desgaste, una falta de confianza en los partidos políticos, una frustración en las políticas sociales. Y eso significa dos cosas, dos sectores de la población que no se sentían muy vinculados a los partidos políticos. Los jóvenes, como ustedes, y los sectores populares y de clase media. ¿Cómo se puede vincular los partidos políticos actuales ahora? Modernizar, renovar esos partidos políticos para representar o recrear esos vínculos o canales de participación y representación.
Claro, a eso apunto, porque la verdad es que en el llamado estallido social efectivamente había una rabia contra el Estado, contra, bueno, lo que ocurrió ahí de destrucción de gran parte de la ciudad en determinados puntos, las estaciones de metro. Había un enojo, una rabia, mezclado con una serie de factores más, pero que finalmente ese enojo de algo nace, ¿no? Y nace probablemente de esa frustración. Mucha gente ve como estos 30 años también dice, bueno, es que quedamos endeudados porque tuvimos que adquirir una deuda para pagar nuestra educación. Pero otros dicen, bueno, si no fuera por eso no tendríamos la educación, si no hubiéramos tenido esa posibilidad porque mi generación o mis padres, mis abuelos no tuvieron esa posibilidad de ser universitarios. Entonces ahí hay una contradicción no resuelta en nuestra sociedad y que, claro, requiere siempre, y ahí está la presión de esa clase media insatisfecha sobre la política fiscal.
Rodrigo.
¿Sigo con cuál de la...?
Sí, sí, sí.
Con todas las cosas.
Todas.
A ver, parto con la pregunta que le hacías primero a Paulina. De si existe el centro o no existe el centro político es una discusión larga.
Sí.
Pero más allá de si existe o no existe, yo creo que más interesante es que las reglas del juego institucional tiendan hacia el acuerdo y no hacia el desacuerdo. O sea, sean centrípetas y no centrífugas. ¿Conocías esa palabra?
Sí,
¿no?
sí, sí.
Bien.
Centrifugal.
Entonces, hoy, efectivamente, por sistemas electorales se tiende a partidos identitarios, partidos pequeños que no tienen gran costo en nada y siempre pueden tener un gran beneficio, una gran pantalla para hacer propuestas identitarias. El fracaso del proceso constituyente anterior fue así de libro, el experimento identitario que terminó finalmente con ruido más que propuestas coherentes. Así es que lo primero, creo yo, es volver a concentrarse en reglas que efectivamente permitan y tiendan a que los partidos, como puede ser el Partido Socialista, Renovación Nacional, busquen naturalmente puntos de encuentro. Si es que las reglas generan permiten y premian lo contrario, bueno, pasa efectivamente lo contrario. Así es que yo le doy mucha importancia a eso, a encontrar esos mecanismos con voluntades, con una serie de temas. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que pasó hace 2 años atrás o 3 años atrás? Es una mezcla finalmente de frustraciones reales con expectativas frustradas. Es un juego de, por ejemplo, en la educación que hablaba Paulina. Yo creo firmemente en que el sistema de financiamiento de la educación superior es correcto. El CAE tiene fórmulas correctas. Lamentablemente fuimos ciegos durante mucho tiempo a que el CAE, como estaba formulado originalmente, generaba finalmente una carga financiera imposible, una frustración tremenda. Bueno, fuimos muy lentos en corregir eso, muy lentos, y terminó explotando en la cara. Creo que Inglaterra tiene un sistema de financiamiento que es, y nosotros hemos ido hacia ese mismo sistema. Bueno, nos demoramos mucho, 10 años, 15 años, 20 años en reaccionar frente a eso. En salud, la experiencia práctica de la población es, bueno, tengo un problema y pasan meses y meses y meses, aún en las enfermedades garantizadas para que me atiendan. Tenemos que ser capaces, esas son las frustraciones reales. Y las expectativas frustradas son este país que simplemente dejó de progresar. Entonces, así como uno veía que yo estuve mejor que mi papá y mi papá mejor que mi abuelo, bueno, eso se empezó a frustrar, que es algo que está pasando a nivel bastante más global, pero que tenemos que ser capaces de tornar en mejores expectativas, más optimistas, pero con reglas que efectivamente promuevan eso.
Sí. Voy a plantear 2 preguntas más y después voy a abrirlo a preguntas y respuestas. Actualmente hay por parte del gobierno actual, esa política de que el Estado va a jugar un papel más grande, sobre todo en la extracción de los recursos naturales. Pero al mismo tiempo estamos viendo un Codelco ahora que está en déficit, tiene problemas. ¿Qué es su política de ustedes dos sobre este asunto? ¿De qué papel debe jugar el Estado, no solamente en la minería actual, pero en el futuro, en el litio y otros recursos? Rodrigo, voy a empezar contigo. ¿Qué opinión tienes tú de esa dirección que está liderando este presidente para el papel del Estado?
A ver, yo en términos generales, más que enfrancarme en Estado grande, Estado chico, creo que tiene que haber un buen Estado que haga funcionar correctamente las cosas. En minería, nosotros tenemos un sistema de concesiones, etcétera. En el litio en particular, conversaba hace un rato por ahí está José Miguel, yo tengo mis dudas de que estemos siguiendo el camino apropiado desde el punto de vista de que efectivamente se expandan las posibilidades. Todavía no hemos llegado al final de la conversación, pero creo que el Estado tiene todas las condiciones para poner reglas del juego correctas para que ojalá la mayor cantidad de empresas en el mundo, chilenas y extranjeras, puedan invertir bajo ciertas condiciones y en la que el Estado capture buena parte de esas rentas para que efectivamente las destine a lo que el Estado debe hacer: seguridad, salud pública, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, yo creo que el Estado tiene que tener esa mirada. ¿De qué manera, bajo nuestro marco de inversión abierta al mundo, en que hayan reglas claras, transparentes, accountability, etcétera, en que haya un mecanismo validado de captura de recursos por el sector público para poder destinarlo? Esa es la ecuación que tiene que resolverse correctamente. No estoy seguro de que el camino que haya tomado hoy con el litio sea el más dinámico y apropiado para eso. Creo que todavía se le pueden hacer mejoras relevantes, pero bueno, ahí tendremos que ponernos de acuerdo para que eso ocurra.
¿Y usted cree que hay un espacio para consenso sobre este tema actual?
Yo siempre soy optimista, Christopher, y siempre creo que hay un espacio para que eso ocurra.
Muy bien. Paulina.
En el proyecto de constitución que se está discutiendo ahora, nosotros hicimos un trabajo de crear 12 bases constitucionales, son como los límites de la Constitución. Y dentro de esos límites se estableció, no recuerdo cómo está redactado, pero finalmente es la provisión público-privada de ciertos servicios. Y creo que en esto, y respecto a la pregunta que haces tú, Chile hoy día tiene una oportunidad en materia de litio, de hidrógeno verde. Entonces, si nosotros nos ponemos a discutir la fórmula y nos vamos a entrampar en aquello, se nos va a pasar la oportunidad. Entonces, creo que hay que buscar la forma que sea más eficiente, de manera tal de aprovechar estos recursos, de que el Estado pueda explotarlos, tener, digamos, los ingresos que corresponda. No sé bien, por ejemplo, se ha discutido mucho esto de la empresa nacional del litio, y finalmente, para que esa empresa nacional del litio entre en operaciones y logre la extracción, la explotación, etcétera, no sé, pueden pasar 10, 12 años, tal vez en 10 años ya no sabemos qué va a pasar. Entonces, yo creo que hay un espacio para conversar y buscar la fórmula que nos dé esto con una visión de Estado, con una visión de para qué estamos haciendo esto, no solo el instrumento, que es donde generalmente nos entrampamos. Tenemos muchos acuerdos en las cosas que hay que hacer, pero en el cómo nos vamos quedando muchas veces en Chile. Entonces creo que tenemos que dar ese salto de finalmente que esta colaboración público-privada que se habla tanto sea realidad, porque es cierto lo que dice Rodrigo, que el Estado muchas veces no ve como Estado esta colaboración o este trabajo conjunto con el sector privado, sino que más bien es como el privado peleando un poco con el Estado, teniendo que ir muchas veces a golpear la misma puerta o distintas puertas dentro del Estado para finalmente lograr un resultado. Entonces, la colaboración público-privada tiene que funcionar de verdad como tal, con un ánimo de colaboración, entendiendo que el objetivo es uno y que es que finalmente las empresas, las inversiones sirvan al país.
Okay. Última pregunta mía, pero va a ser muy breve. Después les voy a pasar el micrófono a ustedes. Prepárense, por favor, sus preguntas. Hay dos asuntos ahora. Uno es la declaración de esta semana sobre el golpe de Estado, que me pareció a principio un gran paso adelante, pero el Partido Comunista después expresó su desacuerdo con la declaración. ¿Qué se opinan de eso? ¿Eso es algo preocupante o qué significa? Y ¿eso qué significa también para cualquier constitución que sale del constituyente actual ahora? ¿Qué son sus expectativas de su aprobación? Rodrigo, empiezo contigo.
A ver, la declaración que esta semana hizo el Senado fue una declaración consensuada en los comités del Senado. Para que todos sepan, no es que lleguen todos los senadores, sino que cada bancada, cada partido tiene su representante en lo que se llama un comité, y en el entorno de ese comité se conversó y se socializó este texto. Y la verdad es que todos los comités dieron su visto bueno para que el presidente del Senado, el senador Coloma, leyera esa declaración como una declaración del Senado. Creo que fue un aporte sustantivo al ambiente que se había dado en torno al 11 de septiembre, y probablemente eso no gustó a otras personas dentro del Partido Comunista, por lo cual hicieron la declaración posterior. Pero creo que más allá de la declaración posterior fue muy relevante lo que efectivamente ocurrió en el Senado a propósito del 11. Lo que no se pudo dar en otras instancias, se pudo dar en el Senado, y creo que eso es una demostración de que la Cámara Alta de Chile es el mejor lugar hoy por hoy para lograr acuerdos y lograr consensos en materias muy relevantes. Dicho eso, yo soy un absoluto hincha del proceso constitucional actual. Creo que las reglas que se fijaron para él son las apropiadas para llegar a un buen resultado, y no podría entender de que los chilenos no aprovechemos la oportunidad. Tenemos que dejar las tentaciones de construir una constitución al gusto mío, al gusto tuyo. Hay que entender que la constitución son reglas del juego básicas, punto. No es ahí donde se definen cuáles son las tradiciones de Chile, por ejemplo, que son parte de las tentaciones que tenemos hoy. No ese es el lugar. Entonces, si desaprovecháramos esta oportunidad, creo que Chile va a seguir nuevamente entrampado en las discusiones antiguas y vamos a haber desaprovechado de dar un gran paso adelante. Creo que todas las fuerzas políticas debemos hacer el mayor de los esfuerzos para que esto concluya bien. Estamos jugando contra el sentimiento popular, y eso hay que tenerlo clarísimo. Y por lo tanto, el ambiente dentro del Consejo Constitucional, el nivel de las discusiones, el cómo se van logrando consensos, tiene que ser un camino que parta hoy. Si es que hay solo discusiones y si llegara a un acuerdo el último día, probablemente ya sería tarde, porque ya habría un muy mal ambiente para que la ciudadanía apruebe esto. Por lo tanto, las condiciones de la aprobación pasan por el contenido, pero también pasan por las formas. Y espero yo, y ahora que voy a asumir la presidencia de Renovación Nacional, creo que es, y yo creo que Paulina también lo siente así, es casi nuestro deber primero en lo que queda de este año. Tenemos que ser capaces, por el país, no por nuestros partidos, por el país, de dar este salto hacia adelante.
Muy bien. Paulina.
Bueno, creo que el tema constitucional hoy día es fundamental, pero veo que con preocupación que un sector representado mayoritariamente en esta nueva constitución, que es el Partido Republicano, insiste en hacer también algo identitario, en incorporar temas que no son de rango constitucional, no solo porque no son el sentir mayoritario, por lo tanto hacen bastante difícil que se pueda terminar aprobando un proyecto de esa naturaleza, sino también porque revela cierta desconfianza con la democracia. La Constitución tiene que tener un marco, pero la discusión de ciertos temas va a nivel legal, va al Congreso, y es ahí donde va variando según el tiempo ciertas cosas. Lo que dice Rodrigo, las tradiciones de un país no tendrían por qué estar ahí. Son cosas que pueden ir variando con los años. Sin embargo, las reglas del juego, y qué importantes son las reglas en esta materia que estamos conversando acá, en materia económica, de inversiones, bueno, esas reglas tienen que estar fijas por un largo periodo, y en la medida que seamos capaces de construir una constitución básica, digamos, lo más breve posible en términos de no discutir infinidad de materias, sino que aquellas que son esenciales a la discusión constitucional, podemos tener consenso. El proceso anterior fracasó también por lo mismo, porque finalmente se incluyeron tantas materias, cosas que eran contra el sentido mayoritario del país, por lo tanto era difícil que hubiera un consenso finalmente de la ciudadanía. Hoy día efectivamente la gente no está conectada con este proceso, está desconfiado, lo ve lejano, y por lo tanto cada día que pasa es más difícil conquistar esas voluntades para que se sientan motivados y digan, mire, esto en realidad me hace sentido. Entonces la obligación que nosotros tenemos como partidos políticos precisamente es esa. Y tú decías antes si el centro existe o no existe. Hoy día el centro no tiene una representación en, en este proceso constitucional. Tiene una menor representación de la que históricamente tuvo en el Parlamento, pero no quiere decir que el centro haya desaparecido. Ese centro está. Lo que pasa es que no tiene una representación por distintos motivos, sea por las fórmulas electorales, por ciertas modas o cosas pasajeras, o precisamente por este efecto péndulo que hemos visto en Chile, que vamos de un lado al otro, y que además creo yo que muchas veces a quienes les ha dado resultados finalmente terminan polarizando más el país, porque hay a quienes esto les resulta. Entonces finalmente conviene extremar las posiciones de un lado o de otro, porque finalmente este centro no desaparece, está ahí, pero no termina teniendo una representación. Pero eso no quiere decir que cuando se ponga la Constitución en votación no se vaya a pronunciar de alguna manera, esa gente se va a pronunciar. Y al no tener una representación hoy día real, bueno, lo más probable es que el procedimiento y el proceso no los identifique. Entonces estamos contra la corriente, estamos en un proceso que sabemos que es necesario, que es bueno cerrar este ciclo de discusión constitucional, pero que es muy difícil. Entonces el desafío es sumamente importante, y nosotros como Partido Socialista vamos a estar trabajando por llegar a esos acuerdos con quienes quieran llegar a los acuerdos, porque finalmente esto tiene que tener una línea y una conducción. Ayer la presidenta Bachelet estuvo en un panel de ICARE, bueno, estuvo Analía Uriarte en representación del Partido Socialista, le pedí a ella que expusiera, y la presidenta Bachelet fue clara, no hay que bajar los brazos, porque la verdad es que esta es una pelea que tenemos que dar, creo que entre todos, es una misión de país, de poder tener esta nueva Constitución y cerrar el ciclo.
Gracias, Paulina. Ahora empezamos un poco tarde, a las 3:08, entonces tenemos 20 minutos para preguntas. Preguntas, por favor, levántase la mano. Si no, yo voy a seguir con mis propias preguntas. Ahí está bien, y después empezamos a la izquierda. Y favor de identificarse.
Buenas tardes. Soy Nicolás Balmaceda, abogado chileno. Y usando sus palabras, senadora, respecto de cerrar el ciclo del proceso constitucional, mi pregunta es la siguiente. Llevamos 4 años en este proceso, ¿verdad? Desde el Acuerdo por la Paz y la nueva Constitución en noviembre del 2019, ahora vamos a cumplir 4 años prácticamente. El año pasado, en un proceso inédito, en que 13 millones de 15 millones de votantes fueron a las urnas, se rechazó mayoritariamente la propuesta. Y rápidamente la clase política adoptó un acuerdo de realizar un nuevo proceso, que escuchó al senador Galilea, le parece que es el proceso con las reglas correctas y que nos debiera llevar a un buen fin. Pero mi pregunta es si es que esto se vuelve a rechazar, que es lo que están mostrando las encuestas de nuevo. ¿Está la clase política chilena dispuesta a verdaderamente cerrar el ciclo o nos van a llevar a un tercer proceso?
Empezamos con Paulina porque tú estabas hablando de eso ahora mismo. Después te paso la palabra.
No sé.
Justo, está bien. Justo, no, está bien.
Yo creo que, mire, que no hay que ponerse en la posición que uno no quiere que ocurra. Nosotros queremos que este proceso termine, porque la verdad es que lo más sorprendente de todo es que las bases que se construyeron, estuvimos 3 meses encerrados desde, bueno, ahí no estuvo el Partido Republicano, desde el partido de la UDI hasta el Partido Comunista. Logramos ese consenso, logramos sacar adelante este proceso. Y luego, en el comité, en la comisión experta, se construye una constitución desde el Partido Republicano hasta el Partido Comunista. Entonces yo no puedo entender, si hemos tenido consenso aquí, segundo consenso acá, ¿cómo en este texto final no vamos a poder tener un consenso? Creo que cada momento político uno toma la decisión que corresponda a ese momento, o sea, es difícil anticipar los escenarios. pero sí parece ser que sí hay un consenso previo a esa masiva y contundente votación, que es que el 62% creo que dice que la Constitución actual también está agotada. Entonces, ¿cómo conciliamos una Constitución que, entre otras cosas, el sistema político que establece quedó totalmente desencajado porque tenía una dirección, esa Constitución, con un sistema binominal que termina, se fueron sacando piezas y finalmente queda una Constitución que no es armónica y que no es actual al momento? Por lo tanto, creo que ese desafío habrá que ponderarlo en su momento, pero y viendo finalmente qué es mejor. Yo creo que no estoy en condiciones de responder hoy día, pero sí creo que tenemos que dar todo para que tengamos ese cierre de proceso exitosamente.
Rodrigo.
Yo creo que si se llegara a rechazar, cosa que también espero que... creo que realmente sería un tropiezo grave del país hacer eso. Si llegara a pasar, no creo que se den las circunstancias para volver a generar, en el corto plazo al menos, un proceso constitucional nuevo. Dicho eso, creo que es muy probable que en el mediano plazo sean la ciudadanía o parte de la ciudadanía la que nuevamente empiece a impulsar nuevos procesos constitucionales, porque va a estar un tema finalmente nunca resuelto para un sector de la población, que en un momento puede ser de un determinado tamaño, en otro momento puede ser mayoritario. Y por lo tanto no sería raro encontrarse de que en las elecciones parlamentarias del 2025 haya un sector que diga: vote por mí para cambiar la Constitución. Y volvemos como una... No sales nunca del laberinto una y otra vez, más allá de la voluntad finalmente que podamos tener entre las dirigencias de los partidos. Finalmente la realidad se impone y tú no vas a tener nunca cómo controlar de que esto no resuelto sea ocupado pasado mañana como herramienta de campaña política. Y volvemos a entrar, por lo tanto, en una dinámica absolutamente perversa para el futuro del país en este tema. Por eso es que yo soy tan insistente en que tenemos que dar el paso. Y después, si algo, bueno, se modificará, si las constituciones no están hechas en piedra. Tenemos quórum hoy día bastante más sencillos para cambiarlo y esos quórums se van a mantener en lo que viene. 4/7 para cualquier norma constitucional. 4/7. Por tanto, no es difícil adquirir suficientes consensos como para que eso ocurra. Pero a tu pregunta, no va a ocurrir lo que ocurrió después del 4 de septiembre, pero creo que se va a transformar en un caballito de batalla de todas maneras, en un plazo más temprano que largo. Así es que, por eso vuelvo a insistir, hay que hacer todos los esfuerzos para que este tema sea resuelto como corresponde.
Hubo una pregunta ahí.
Sí, muchas gracias. Y felicitaciones a la senadora Bodanovich, al senador Galilea por aproximarse a los temas con tanta espíritu reflexivo, constructivo. Así que eso a rato no se ve tanto en la política, así que y con algunos acuerdos además respecto al proceso constitucional. La pregunta es complementaria con la anterior, aunque no estaba de acuerdo, pero básicamente es no necesariamente poniéndose en el escenario de que se rechace, que como ustedes bien dicen, ojalá no estar en ese escenario, sino que en un camino que podría emprender el Congreso Nacional y el Senado en los siguientes dos sentidos. La Constitución, hay dos elementos muy importantes de una Constitución, como es el sistema político y la forma y estructura del Estado, que son los elementos esenciales que básicamente cuyos diseños iniciales se hacen en la Constitución. Pero son diseños iniciales y por lo tanto tienen bajadas legislativas. Y esos diseños iniciales, a diferencia de los temas que han estado más presentes en el debate público, que han provocado mucha polarización, hay ciertos elementos muy sustantivos que estaban en el proyecto de los expertos y que fue mejorado, de hecho, por los consejeros constitucionales, sobre el sistema político y sobre la forma de Estado. Elementos que sería lamentable que se perdieran, habiendo un consenso en ellos, por el destino que tiene el texto completo en el plebiscito de diciembre, quizás por razones distintas a las esenciales de una constitución, como es sistema político y forma de Estado. ¿No ven ustedes una posibilidad de que el Congreso en paralelo, porque anticipe ese trabajo legislativo, aterrizando estos consensos fundamentales en, por ejemplo, el umbral mínimo de voto en una elección para que un partido tenga representación parlamentaria, temas en forma de Estado que se acordó la semana pasada que se separara en el Estado lo que es el gobierno de turno con sus funcionarios de confianza y se le pusiera ciertos límites de lo que es una administración pública profesional, técnica, permanente? Temas tan sustantivos como ese, sería muy lamentable que no se aprovechara porque están consensuados. ¿No ven ustedes que podrían ser discutidos en el Parlamento, anticipar esas reformas, anticipar esas bajadas legislativas, casi como una cuerda separada, ¿no es cierto?, del destino del proceso constitucional?
Son temas que son muy importantes, pero que es difícil que en el Parlamento se logren los acuerdos. Porque finalmente cuando tú hablas de los umbrales o hablas de la modernización del Estado, son temas que son tan sensibles que finalmente yo estoy totalmente de acuerdo, pero no sé quiénes van a estar para levantar la mano. Esa es la verdad. ¿Quién va a querer pagar el costo de aquello? Porque por algo son temas que han pasado de un gobierno y a otro gobierno y el gobierno que llega dice no, ahora nosotros sí vamos a hacer esto y no lo hacen y luego viene otro gobierno y tampoco lo hacen porque son temas complejos y los temas de sistema político finalmente también afectan a los parlamentarios, son incumbentes, por lo tanto también los temas de la reelección, de limitar elecciones, las remuneraciones, todo eso son temas que finalmente cuesta que se resuelvan por los propios parlamentarios. Por lo tanto, coincido con que son temas muy relevantes, pero no sé si estarían finalmente los votos disponibles.
A ver, yo en eso sería cauto. Uno, porque si bien es cierto de que hay ciertos aspectos bien fundamentales en que hubo consenso tanto en la comisión de expertas como a nivel de consejeros constitucionales, anticipar o tratar de anticipar esos consensos a través de proyectos legales hoy sería de alguna manera o podría ser interpretado como que le estoy quitando el piso al proceso constituyente y por tanto, oye, pero ¿para qué apruebo esto si yo estoy avanzando con esto otro? Entonces, yo no daría ese paso porque sería una señal equívoca respecto del objetivo que queremos, que es maximizar las posibilidades de aprobar una nueva constitución en diciembre. Además, en términos prácticos, faltan 3 meses nomás para el plebiscito de salida y por tanto no creo que ni siquiera alcanzaría a ocurrir nada. Ahora, si ocurre lo que no queremos que ocurra y efectivamente se hubieran construido esos consensos básicos, es un camino a seguir, de decir, tratemos de avanzar en tal y cual aspecto, pero hay que tener también ahí hay que tener una prudencia práctica, porque lo que creo que no se podría hacer es que la ciudadanía interprete, bueno, como yo voté en contra, el Congreso va a hacer por su cuenta lo que nosotros acabamos de rechazar. Entonces, ahí hay un tema que es prudencial, por supuesto, de cómo avanzar para que no aparezca como que el Congreso le dobla la mano a la voluntad popular. En eso hay que ser extremadamente cuidadoso porque ahí cualquier reforma entraría probablemente perdida. Nadie va a querer pagar ese costo o que lo interpreten como que está tratando de hacer eso. Por lo tanto, en ese escenario habría que elegir algún aspecto específico, los más importantes y solo los más importantes para intentar avanzar frente al escenario que ojalá no ocurra.
Lo más fácil es aprobar.
Sí, sí. Es lo más corto, lo más sencillo.
Camino claro, ¿no? Preferible. Sí, por favor.
¿Aló? Hola, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es Diego, estudiante de magíster acá en Londres. Acá en Chile hay una de las cosas que se ve obviamente en la seguridad de los inversionistas y muchos han hablado del tema de la permisología. El gobierno compromete, le envía un proyecto para modificar la permisología no solo en materia ambiental, sino todos los otros cientos miles de permisos para temas de inversión. Sin embargo, en Chile también se ve que el problema no está solo en la obtención del permiso, sino en lo que pasa después del permiso. Con la conflictividad social, como el caso de la desaladora en Concón, que estuvo no sé cuántos días parado, y sobre todo lo que termina pasando muchas veces en la Corte Suprema, que vemos que falla directamente en contra de ley, ya sea de la ley o de reglamento. Entonces, ¿cómo hacer para que este proyecto que le va a dar seguridad a los inversionistas, si se llega a un acuerdo, incluya también la generalidad del problema de la inversión, más allá de la permisología per se, y que en el fondo haya no una especie de conflicto entre poderes del Estado con lo que pasa muchas veces en la tercera sala, para decirlo directamente, de la Corte Suprema. Sé que no voy a entrar en un conflicto, pero quiero como transmitir que el problema está no solamente en la permisología, sino después, y cómo lo ven ustedes, que eso pueda tener una solución de largo plazo.
Rodrigo, empezamos contigo.
A ver, por razones de prudencia obvia, no voy a hablar de la Corte Suprema ni de... no procede, simplemente. Pero Chile tiene que hacer un esfuerzo, lo decía creo en mi primera intervención. Hoy día interactuar con el Estado es realmente complejo, desde todo punto de vista. Primero, los trámites ambientales, la evaluación ambiental de los proyectos. Después, los permisos sectoriales. Ambas pasadas pueden ser eternas, con solicitudes carísimas, además de caras muy largas, muy complejas. A mí me ha tocado ver, porque me denuncian casos en que nadie sabe muy bien ni siquiera lo que hay que hacer para cumplir con lo que se le está pidiendo en un permiso. Es una cosa kafkiana finalmente. Y por lo tanto, cualquier esfuerzo, y yo creo que si el ministro Marcel, el gobierno en su generalidad, hacen realmente, se comprometen con esto, yo creo que van a contar con, bueno, nunca hay unanimidades, pero con una mayoría muy sustantiva. Yo creo que parte de las frustraciones hoy, y uno se lo escucha a empresarios que dicen, mira, si ya no es un problema de, en chileno me da lata invertir. Así, entra como una sensación de, sabes que ya me aburrí. Y que en un país pase eso es fatal. Así que, por lo menos desde el punto de vista nuestro, todo esfuerzo que se pueda hacer en ese sentido, nosotros vamos a caminar decididamente hacia allá.
Yo sí voy a hablar de la Corte Suprema, no. No, pero creo que en la medida que haya una claridad y ciertas certezas, también recurrir a la justicia para esto es la última ratio, deberá ser, no es parte del proceso. Consecuencia, si está delimitado y hay mayor claridad en toda la llamada permisología, que en definitiva es tomar el problema y decir, ¿para qué son todos estos permisos? ¿Para qué el inversionista tiene que pedir hacer todos estos trámites? ¿Cuál es el objetivo? Entonces, si el objetivo está claro y se limitan y disminuyen todos estos trámites, finalmente disminuye también la posibilidad de tener que llegar a recurrir a la Corte. Porque finalmente, ¿por qué se va a la Corte? Porque no hay claridad. Entonces, es parte también del problema. Yo creo y no me voy a pronunciar acerca de los fallos ni nada, porque eso sí que no corresponde, pero sí creo que si nosotros tomamos esto como un problema del Estado y que es una oportunidad, también el Poder Judicial va a entrar solo en casos muy limitados y no como hoy día, porque, por ejemplo, el tema de las ISAPRES. ¿Por qué finalmente termina en este fallo? Porque por años fueron los particulares a demandar y nadie se hizo cargo de ese tema, desde lo legislativo, no sé, termina, entre comillas, resolviéndolo la Corte Suprema, no siendo un tema de resolución de la Corte, necesariamente. Entonces, también es por falta de claridad del sistema. Entonces, creo que yo confío también en que saquemos adelante esa voluntad política que es bastante transversal, de aclarar los trámites, porque creo que la instancia de acá sería, no sé, el otro año sería estupendo que viniéramos nuevamente, pero que dijéramos, hemos solucionado esto, ha habido una voluntad política en Chile y hemos solucionado todo esto, y por favor, señores inversores, vayan, porque este tema ya está siendo superado. Y no, mire, la verdad es que caemos en un loop, en que entramos en un círculo y no logramos salir de eso. ¿Ves? El optimismo.
Sí. Y voy a marcar mi agenda para asegurar que estoy libre
el otro año.
Sí, para volver acá. Bueno, el título del panel fue Chile's Moment. Yo creo que, en serio, que después de las noticias y la confusión sobre la constitución anterior, hemos visto una visión muy optimista. Y no solamente en términos de esperanza, pero también sobre lo que hemos escuchado, a una discusión franca sobre los desafíos y una discusión detallada de cómo responder, pragmática. Y eso creo que siempre es muy importante. La verdad es que yo estoy terminando este panel muy optimista. Entonces, por favor, join me in thanking our two great panelists.
Muchas gracias, senadora Bodanovich. Muchas gracias, senador Galilea. Muchas gracias, Christopher. Voy a continuar en español aprovechando el impulso y que hay traducción. No puedo dejar de agradecer y sinceramente terminar este Chile Day con este panel. Chile Day es para mostrar las potencialidades del mercado de capitales chileno, mostrar las oportunidades de negocios para Chile, hacer accountability de nuestra realidad de mercado, hacer accountability de nuestras políticas públicas frente a inversionistas, pero sobre todo es para conversar, sobre todo es para tener un espacio de interacción público-privado, independiente, y cerrar este panel con esta conversación tan franca. La verdad es que, como decía Christopher, optimismo, esperanza de que las cosas pueden cambiar y ser mejor. Estamos terminando el Chile Day, voy a ser muy breve, no se preocupen. Es solo que, perdón, me vuelvo a presentar, Alberto Echegaray, soy el presidente de InBest, quienes organizamos el Chile Day, y a nombre del directorio de InBest quiero agradecerles sinceramente a todos su participación en este evento, a la comunidad de negocios del Reino Unido, a la comunidad de negocios que viajó largamente de Chile hasta acá. Es un esfuerzo grande que les agradecemos genuinamente. Le agradecemos al Ministerio de Hacienda de Chile, le agradecemos a la Embajada de UK, a la Embajada de Chile, le agradecemos especialmente al ministro Marcel, al ministro Pardo, a la presidenta del Banco Central, Rosana Costa, a los senadores Galilea y Bodanovich, a la presidenta de la CMF, Solange Bernstein, al vicepresidente ejecutivo de Corfo, José Miguel Benavente, a la subsecretaria Sangüesa. Muchas gracias a nuestro sponsor principal, HSBC. Gracias, Mónica. Muchas gracias a todos nuestros auspiciadores. Hemos cubierto un rango de materias en este Chile Day como pocas veces en los años que llevamos haciéndolo. Green Mining, hidrógeno verde, reforma de impuestos, Open Banking, régimen de inversiones de los fondos de pensiones, infraestructura de mercado, desafíos políticos y constitucionales, desarrollo del mercado de capitales, generación eléctrica, fondos de inversión, Venture Capital. De verdad, una agenda muy amplia, muy comprensiva y de la que estamos muy contentos de la gran participación de gente. Termino con esto. Hace más de una década que hacemos el Chile Day y este es el año que más gente ha venido y que más ingleses han participado. Nos llena de orgullo, nos llena de satisfacción, de compromiso por seguir desarrollando esta idea. Termino invitando a la subsecretaria Sangüesa para que nos dé unos mensajes finales. Una vez más, muchas gracias a todos.
Está bien. Está bien. Sí. Well, good afternoon. It is wonderful to be here representing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, together with different leaders and the public and private sectors of our country, who collaborate with the common objective of promoting Chile as a relevant player in the global economy. Chile Day is also a unique event takes Chile's important discussion beyond its borders, promoting dialogue and hopefully allowing positions to come together. The conversation with the rest of the world teaches us that there are many problems and difficulties that we have today that other countries have already solved, and therefore we are not alone in these difficulties. Furthermore, we are not alone in the challenges we have for the future, but that future is being built today, and we are all responsible for this. Yesterday and today, some of our top authorities shared the possibilities Chile has to offer. Minister Mario Marcel about the macroeconomic scenario in the country, Minister Diego Pardo, who had an intense agenda this morning on energy and green hydrogen, José Miguel Benavente, head of Corfo on lithium. The government is present here, hearing you, and in a conversation with you. As you know, the relationship between Chile and the United Kingdom is long-standing and the highest importance of our country. In fact, with these activities, we are also celebrating 200 years of diplomatic relations. In 2019, Chile became one of the first countries in the world to sign a bilateral trade continuity agreement after the UK left the European Union, giving certainty for the trade relationships and protecting jobs in both countries. Last year, Chile exported more than $600 million to the UK. And something I would like to underline is the importance of this country to our non-copper exports, as well as for the export of services. Indeed, the UK is the first destination market for Chilean exports of services in Europe and fourth worldwide. In my dialogue yesterday with British representatives, I noticed our shared goal of equitable distribution of the benefits of trade, the empowerment of local communities, critical minerals and trade, and gender equality, among many other contemporary and innovative agendas in trade in which Chile and the UK are leaders. I have to say that my counterparts in different countries agree that Chile can significantly contribute to face the triple climate crisis based on electromobility, green mining, or the change in the energy matrix, among others. This is not an exaggeration. The world is expecting a lot from us. The green agenda could benefit us in a direct way. For example, our products travel on average more than 12,000 kilometers to reach their destination. Therefore, decarbonizing maritime transport could affect our trade, and the development of a green energy industry is something we do not only can produce, but also we need. The government of President Boric is also committed with increasing the productivity of our country, which has not increased in the last 15 years. In fact, the government proposed a productivity agenda launched last January, which included programs and initiatives to facilitate international trade. During this year, we are developing a decentralized trade productivity agenda to complement these measures. Chile is an attractive destination for British companies and investors from all over the world. Our workforce is skilled, therefore is a favorable investment climate, and we lead almost every single ranking in the region. We are honored to recognize the UK as Chile's fourth largest foreign investor. I hope these days, here in Chile Day, will benefit our country discussions in Chile back the next days. Thank you very much to all of you for being part of this, and a special thanks to InBest Chile for the organization of the event. Thank you.
Minister Marcel, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, good afternoon to everyone, and we are now at the end of this 12th edition of Chile Day London. And I think this is the right time to congratulate and to thank the organizers, InBest and HSBC, that have managed every year to improve on the previous one. This year's, I think part of that improvement has been to bring the good weather to London. We surely would commend them for that effort, for that fruitful effort. But on top of that, of course, we have had a very fruitful discussion on a number of very central topics to Chilean development. And we have been able to build on the two major advantages of coming to London. First of all, on engaging with partners, with businesses, with investors. But the second one that is particularly important from our perspective is to do that together, private sector, public sector, regulators, authorities, analysts, and so on. I think that when we are in Chile in the heat of all the debate there, we tend to forget that we are all part of the same, we are all aboard the same ship, and that when things go well, I think that things go well to everyone. But in order to get there, we need to pull together as well. So I think that that is particularly valuable, having attended, I believe, at least half of those 12 Chile Days London. I think that that's something that is particularly appreciated, and that I'm sure that the same thing would be the main views of my predecessors and other authorities that have been part of that effort. Also, we have to thank the government of the UK, and especially at the time when this Chile Day has coincided with the commemoration of 200 years of diplomatic relations between the UK and Chile. Today we had the opportunity of visiting Parliament, and then we had a bilateral meeting with the UK Treasury. And I think that was a good time to remind of not only of the good things that have happened in our relations in the past, but also plan for how to improve even more in the near future. Being the two latest countries to join CPTPP, I think that the notion of like-mindedness is particularly relevant when we think of that. Of course, we have, I think that this year we have had a very well-structured agenda where we have been able to touch upon very central issues for the development of the Chilean economy, of financial markets, and some new industries. We discussed about taxation, about the financial industry, sustainable growth, political change, green hydrogen, mining, a number of other issues. And I think that perhaps there are three factors that cut across these different discussions that I would like to comment upon. First of all, I think to celebrate the ability of having made enough progress in stabilizing our economy in order to be able to raise our sight and to be able to look more into the future. I think that that is something that Chilean people expect from us, and I think that we are at a point when that is now becoming possible. It is no longer a dream, fiction, or wishful thinking, but rather something where we can all work together. Secondly, I think that related to this, another issue that has cut across all these different discussions is how important it is to reduce further uncertainty, to build more reliability of rules, regulations, but also of business performance. After 4 years of very high uncertainty, not only in Chile but elsewhere in the world, I think that there is a lot of fatigue on that, and what business, households, common citizens expect from us is to work towards generating a future that can be better predicted, that can be you prepare for, rather than just to suffer on all the shocks or surprises that may come to you. So I think that's a second dimension that where we can, on the one hand, identify a very important need in Chile, but also to see that we have made already progress there, and to see, how we can make further progress and where that can come from. I think that the other issue that comes across is that when we discuss taxation, sustainable growth, mining, green hydrogen, lithium, and so on, I think that many of the synergies that operate in the economy when we do things well emerge from there also. When we were at the panel on mining, and I recall the way, the time when we thought about of mining as an enclave. I think that we can pretty much agree that it's not only mining that is no longer an enclave, but that applies the same for many other sectors. No matter how dynamic green hydrogen may be, no matter how dynamic lithium may be, the more we identify and take advantage of synergies in the economy, the better we will do. And that goes both for these developing industries and developing strands of development, but also from some more classic and basic ones, particularly institutions, an issue that has surfaced in a number of discussions, and politics as well. We know that politics these days is not easy. It's not easy in Chile and elsewhere in the world. But I think that we have very good examples of how, when we cooperate and try to find solutions together, we can succeed. I quoted in the mining panel the experience with the royalty on mining. I mentioned two key actors that joined us in this meeting that were very central to in building a dialogue and reaching agreements. And I think that both on the side of the industry and on the side of politics. And I think that that is a very good demonstration that no matter what our difference may be politically or being a private or public sector, I think that we can find the appropriate solutions and to be creative together. I think that a country like Chile, a small open economy, we have not left that category, and we will remain so for industries, and on the side of public policy is very central to